Chicago, and welcome to Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Here at historic Wrigley Field, it's the team with the best record in the sport, the Chicago Cubs, finishing up a three-game series with the Seattle Mariners, each team having won once so far on the weekend. The Cubs fairly comfortably in front in the National League Central, and they'll face Felix Hernandez tonight for Seattle. Cardinals lost today, so the Cubs lead in the Central is now 7 games. Seattle 8 back in the West and 4.5 back of the second wild card spot in the American League. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Chicago. Beautiful night for a ball game. Dan Shulman, Jessica Mendoza, and Aaron Boone. Let's start with the Cubs. They've had the best record in baseball virtually from wire to wire. Had a bit of a lull before the All-Star break, but looking pretty good again. Just right now, for you, where are the Cubs?
They're the most exciting team, and you're right. They struggled heading into the All-Star break, but there's three main things that have changed with this team since then. Number one, they're starting pitching, and you think about Lester, Lackey, and Arrieta, and how those numbers, when they were struggling, that's when you saw the team losing. They've gotten back on track. Secondly, their approach at the plate. They've eliminated the strikeouts. Their two-strike approach has gotten back to where they were early in the season and getting on base, putting the ball in play, and ultimately getting more runs in. And lastly, they went and picked up Aroldis Chapman to add to a bullpen, which really was the only weakness that was consistently weak throughout the season. And they changed that. So that is probably the biggest difference of this team as they were a month ago.
For the Mariners, a team, as we said, they're right on the cusp of contending. And a treat tonight, Felix Hernandez is on the mound for Seattle. Because he pitches out west, a lot of folks back east don't get a chance to see him as often as they would like. But I think everybody knows, Aaron, this has been one of the best pitchers in baseball over the last decade.
No question about it. And what's hurt King Felix is that the Mariners as an organization have really struggled for the better part of his career. He has been the one constant, the one superstar on their team. He debuted at 19, the youngest player in the league, and was dominant from then. He won his one and only Cy Young Award in 2010, capped it off with a perfect game in 2012. And you talked about contention. Well, this team really struggled in the month of June when he was out. He now has a chance to cap off a good road trip for this team before they head home, where the schedule in the month of August gets a little easier for them. They need a big outing and a victory tonight from King Felix.
As all fans know, it's trade deadline time. 4 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow to be exact, and you know what that means. Buster's having fun. Buster, what's the latest?
That's right, Dan. With less than 20 hours to go until that deadline, the market is bubbling over. Early this morning, the Cleveland Indians agreed to a deal with the New York Yankees for maybe the best reliever in baseball, Andrew Miller, and they had another deal for an all-star blow up. General managers are working overtime. Teams are making trades. The Mariners just traded a pitcher just before today's game. We'll keep you updated throughout tonight.
All right, Buster, thank you. We are ready for baseball here at Wrigley Field in Chicago. They do love their Cubbies. Rubber match of a 3-game series between the Cubs and the Mariners comes your way next. Baseball on ESPN is presented by Taco Bell's new limited edition Triple Double Crunchwrap, and in part by Otesla. Learn more at otesla.com. And AARP, real possibilities. All kinds of tributes to Harry Carey in and around Wrigley Field here on the north side of Chicago. The Cubs and the Mariners wrapping up this interleague 3-game series here tonight. Scott Servais, the manager of the Seattle Mariners, 2 games over 500 on the season. The lineup is presented by Taco Bell.
Nelson Cruz showing even at 36 years old, he's still one of the most elite power hitters in baseball. 16 of his 25 home runs coming on the road, and he leads all of majors with 12 home runs versus lefties as he faces the lefty tonight in Mattis. Right behind him is Kyle Seagers in his 5th consecutive season with 20-plus home runs. One of the most underrated third basemen in baseball, and he's got career numbers in doubles and home runs projecting for this season.
On the mound tonight for the Cubs, as we mentioned, Brian Mattis is going to get the start, the former Baltimore Oriole. A couple of reasons for this. Joe Maddon feels in and around the All-Star break is a great time to give somebody a spot start, push everybody back a day. Their starters were struggling before the All-Star break, but also Mattis had an out clause in his contract. Had he not been brought up to the majors by Tuesday, he could have opted out. He's already been with the Orioles. The Braves organization didn't actually pitch for them, and now the Cubs this year, and who knows, this could be a showcase kind of start for him, for this team and for other teams, again with a trade deadline at 4 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow. This is his first major league start since July of 2012. A very effective reliever for the Orioles the last 3 years, but some injury issues early this year. Struggled out of the bullpen for the Orioles. Eventually traded to the Braves, then released, signed by the Cubs, and here he is. Leading off for the Mariners, their shortstop tonight, Sean O'Malley, 28 years of age, described by his manager as a grinder. Took him a long time to get to the major leagues. Spent 8 years in the minors before finally making it to the major leagues. Originally drafted by Tampa Bay. He is filling in for Ketel Marte, their regular shortstop, who is out right now.
Marte, they hope to get back perhaps sometime next week, end of next week. They miss his athleticism and just that spark he brings from a speed element at the top of the lineup, plus his shortstop play.
He is out with mononucleosis right now as O'Malley loops one into shallow center field for a leadoff base hit. Big win for the Mariners in yesterday's game. They were trailing 1-0. Going to the 8th inning, Jake Arrieta was pitching very well. Wade Miley, we'll tell you more about him momentarily, was pitching very well. And the Mariners launched a comeback against, of all people, Aroldis Chapman. They scored 3 runs off Chapman in the 8th inning yesterday, 2 of them coming on a 2-run double by the man in the batter's box right now, Leonys Martin, who turned around a 100-mile-an-hour Chapman fastball, lined it up the alley in left center field. To a man, the Mariners say one of the biggest wins they have had this season. Now a pitch off the glove of the catcher Contreras, and to second goes O'Malley on the wild pitch.
Well, and Scott Servais, the Mariners manager, told us before the game just how good of a win that was for his team's psyche. He felt like for the clubhouse after the game, after getting blown away in Friday's ball game, to come out in this atmosphere right now in Wrigley Field, to have that kind of a victory for a team that's trying to make a playoff push, he said did a lot for this team's psyche, hoping they can carry it over into tonight's game.
1-1 the count on Martin, but they have made a trade, as we mentioned. Buster said, and we mentioned Wade Miley. Buster, he's no longer a Mariner.
No, that's exactly right. In this season with the Mariners has struggled, 7-8, 4.98 ERA. The Orioles desperate for pitching. They make the deal, giving up prospect Ariel Miranda, who might go into the Mariners rotation.
Bunted, dies on the grass, and out at first on a close play is Martin, but he will advance O'Malley to third.
Really nice all-around play here by everyone involved. It's Contreras gives you a little show of his athleticism, bouncing way up down the third baseline to get on that and get the speedy Martin. Martin bunting for a hit here all the way, but worst case scenario, he gets that runner to third base with less than 2 outs. You look at Contreras, the athleticism, he pounces on that and shows off that strong arm. That is not an easy play. And that young future star catcher made it look easy.
So runner at third with 1 out here in the top of the first, and the batter is Robinson Cano, having a terrific year, hitting an even 300, 22 home runs, 63 driven in. You know, back to the Miley trade for a moment, and there were all kinds of rumors that he might be traded. The Mariners are going to get, or hoping to get back, Taijuan Walker off the DL from a foot problem by the end of the week. But still, you wonder how it plays. And we've seen a few teams who make deals but then say, well, that doesn't necessarily mean we're selling. We're not out of it. And the Mariners are right on the cusp, 4.5 out of a wild card spot, but a couple of teams between them and the Red Sox who have the second wild card spot. So you would assume that Walker will fill the rotation spot of Miley. They've been going with a 4-man rotation because they've had 3 off days in the last week and a half. Perhaps somebody like Wade LeBlanc, who's made a few starts for them, goes back into the rotation. But you know, when Aaron, and you've been in the clubhouse in this kind of a situation, you're hoping your team adds, not subtracts, at this point of the season when you're right on the cusp of being in it.
Absolutely, and that's something you worry about playing for a team like the Mariners, who have not been in contention for a number of years really now. For them to be on the cusp and to see a veteran player, even though he's having a down year, coming off a big outing, you worry about how that plays. But therein lies where the leadership on the team, you just got to keep plugging away and understand that it's going to take a real hot brand of baseball these final 2 months to give yourself a chance. And Taijuan Walker, James Paxton, those guys with big upside in the rotation need to come of age if that has a chance of happening.
The Mariners have the longest active playoff drought in the major leagues. They have missed the postseason each of the last 14 years. 1-2 pitch is strike 3 call. Cano will back away without saying anything as Mattis rings him up.
And I like the pitch setup for Cano. First they go up in the zone with a fastball and then just paint the corner a little bit off the plate to get strike 3. But changing eye levels early on for Mattis. So he started that at bat with a few fastballs up and then going back down and away to paint that outside pitch.
So 2 down in the inning. O'Malley still at third. The infielders can back up now, and the batter was Nelson Cruz. Cruz, a former teammate of Brian Mattis in Baltimore, probably delighted to see him as part of the opposition. 7 for 12 with a couple of homers.
Yeah, and with a base open and the lefty Seager on deck, even though he's having a great year, this is not a situation where they will give in. You see Contreras way off the edge.
High and deep to left field, and he got him again. Nelson Cruz with his 3rd home run in his career off Mattis, and the Mariners have an early 2-0 lead.
Well, this is just a lack of execution by Brian Mattis. You know they did not want to give in to Nelson Cruz, and Nelson Cruz knew, hey, they fell behind me 1-0. They're still not going to give in to me. He's sitting something soft there. He gets a changeup, and you can see by how Contreras was set up, they wanted that pitch off the plate away. If Nelson Cruz was going to hit, they wanted him to chase out of the zone. Well, that ball didn't end up out of the zone. It ended up and in the heart of the plate, and Cruz laying on it did not miss it.
Deep in the bleachers in left center. 26th home run of the season for Cruz. The Mariners have a lot of pop. They're among the leaders. They're 3rd in the American League in home runs this year, led by Cruz, Cano, and the man at the plate right now, Kyle Seager, who's got 20.
That's one they'll talk about, and we'll sit with him tonight. You know, they probably identified with Mattis being left-handed, Seager hitting under 200 against lefties, that okay, in a big spot, Cruz is not the guy I want to allow beat me. That's a big time mistake.
way up and in, and it grazed the shoulder of Seager, and he'll head down to first. So a spotty beginning here in the first inning for Mattis, who's given up a base hit, a home run, and now has hit a batter.
We've seen quite a few misses early in this game up in the zone. Mattis not finishing, and not just his fastball, and this one gets the shoulder of Seager. But even to Cano and Martin, 2 to 3 pitches each out of the strike zone and up.
And now here's Franklin Gutierrez to take a strike. Gutierrez, who has battled so many injuries over the years, at one point won a Gold Glove in his younger years for the Mariners, hitting .244 with 10 home runs on the season.
8 of those 10 home runs have come against left-handed pitching. Forms a pretty nice platoon usually with Seth Smith.
Throw down to first. Back in safely is Seager.
Seth Smith, the guy who really wears out right-handed pitching. Hasn't played a lot on this trip because of obviously the American Leaguers in the National League parks. So no DH, meaning Nelson Cruz is definitely in the lineup.
Seager dusting himself off, being held on by Rizzo. The pitch from Mattis, in for a strike. Gutierrez has been released or granted free agency 4 times by the Mariners and has always come back. And as we mentioned, a ton of injuries. Also a stomach ailment a few years ago that cost him a big chunk of one season. And a different kind of player than he used to be. Not as big a role as he used to have, but still a very valuable guy in a part-time role, as Aaron mentioned. And as mentioned, a lot of power. The guy on deck, Dae-Ho Lee, who's not a full-time player. He's got a dozen home runs on the season. And another part of a platoon at times. Adam Lind over there as the left-handed bat. Lee is the right-handed bat. Lind will also DH sometimes. But they get a lot of guys who can hit the ball out of the ballpark.
Yeah, and I really felt like I picked Seattle before the season to be a wild card team, and I really based it on their offense. I thought it had a chance to be a real dynamic offense with some matchup capabilities. It's certainly been that. Now can the pitching catch up with the outstanding power they've shown throughout much of the season, and then these final 2 months of the season to make a real run down the stretch.
The count full with 2 down and Seager at first. Rizzo will back off the bag now and play behind the runner, who will be on the move with the pitch. There goes the runner, and the pitch outside for ball 4, and this inning will continue. And restless fans here at Wrigley. This is the first time they've seen Brian Mattis in a Cubs uniform, and so far they're not really liking what they're seeing.
You see Carl Edwards Jr. there running down. You wonder if he's perhaps going to be up in that bullpen early. There's a few people stirring down there in the bullpen for the Cubs. You wonder how long the leash will be. We don't expect, even if Mattis, as you look at King Felix there, who's had a long break here as his team's gotten him off to a good start, but we don't expect Mattis to be able to go too deep in this game, even if he pitches well. But if it continues like this, how short will that leash be?
2 on 2 out for Dae-Ho Lee. 34 years of age, from South Korea. In Korea, won an MVP, won 3 batting titles, 2-time home run champion. Also had some success in recent years in Japan before coming to the U.S. As you can see, struggling lately. 1 for his last 25, but a definite power threat. There's some swing and miss in his game, but when he gets a hold of it, it can go. Already a 24-pitch inning for Mattis, down 2 runs. In front of a packed house, as always, here at Wrigley.
Lee's a guy who left a lot of money on the table in Korea to come have the opportunity at 34 years of age to try and prove himself over here in the major leagues. And I would say he's delivered power and probably the green light if he likes what he sees here.
Bounced in by Mattis, who's all over the place right now. And it's gone from grumbling to outright booing here at Wrigley. And here comes Chris Bosio, the pitching coach.
I mean, zero feel, Jess, right now with the secondary pitches. And, you know, as a hitter, you got to determine I can just ignore that completely. Maybe in a spot, lay on a pitch I'm comfortable with, right-hander facing that changeup, which clearly Nelson Cruz sat on.
Well, and this is a guy that throws usually about 30% sliders, and that pitch has been non-existent. He's really tried to flip in that curveball we've seen consistently up in the zone, and then he'll even pound it down in the ground. So what you're saying with feel right now is fastball is really the only pitch that he's been able to get for a strike.
So the bases are loaded with 2 down, 2-0 Seattle, trying to break it open early. The batter is the catcher, Mike Zunino. And he pops it up into shallow center. Fowler is in. And finally the inning is over. Felix Hernandez doesn't get to hit here in the first. He will head out to the mound in the bottom of the first with a 2-0 lead thanks to his teammate Nelson Cruz hitting home run number 26 on the season. The Mariners off to an early lead. Tonight, and he's got a 2-0 lead in this game before he throws his first pitch of the evening. Here's the Cub lineup that he will face, brought to you by Taco Bell.
Well, Chris Bryant in that 2-hole having an MVP caliber season, following up being Rookie of the Year a year ago. 52 home runs already in less than 2 seasons of work at the big league level. And Addison Russell in that 5-hole hitting just 241. But look at that, third most RBIs by a shortstop with 61 to go along with 12 home runs. A nice step forward offensively for him in his second season.
So here's King Felix, 30 years of age, broke in as a 19-year-old with the Mariners back in 2005. As Aaron mentioned, has thrown a perfect game, has won a Cy Young. He's been an All-Star 6 times in his career. Was on the DL for about 7 weeks this season with a calf injury. Has made 2 starts since coming off the DL and gave up 4 runs in each, and he gave up 3 runs in the first inning in each start. And this is a different Felix Hernandez than the young Felix Hernandez. Does not throw nearly as hard. The velocity is significantly down from his early to mid-20s. But when he's on with the mix and the command and the location and changing speeds, he can still be a terrific, terrific pitcher. Facing Dexter Fowler, the center fielder and leadoff man for the Cubs. Just down and away, 2 balls and 2 strikes on Fowler, who also spent some time on the DL this year. A right hamstring strain, and when he was out, coincided with the time when the Cubs struggled, although there were other issues. Some of the starting pitchers hit a real rut, but they missed Fowler at the top of the lineup. Tried to check the swing, and he succeeded on the appeal down to third, so the count is now full. You know, this is the kind of stat, there are other things at play here, but that's a pretty strong endorsement of what Fowler means to the team.
Absolutely. And the on-base presence he was at the top, coupled with outstanding play in center.
It's a foul ball in his leg.
And right now he falls behind 0-2, and this is something that's been a hallmark of the success of the Cubs, but certainly for Dexter Fowler. You know, King Felix gets 2 runs, jumps out in front, 0-2. Now all of a sudden he's worked it back to a full count, and he's making Felix work here, first batter of the game, if nothing else.
And the at-bat continues.
One thing, we haven't seen Felix break out the changeup yet.
Yeah.
We've seen the breaking ball, we've seen that sinking 2-seam fastball, we've seen him even go with the 4-seam fastball, all kind of between that 89-91 range. We'll see if at some point there Zunino calls for that. Nope, going back fastball away.
The appeal again, and again he didn't go, and that's ball 4. Now, we talked a little bit about the velocity for Felix Hernandez back in 2007. And a lot of guys lose velocity over the years, but he's pitched a ton of innings in his career. He's down 6 miles an hour from where he was 9 years ago, but the changeup, he actually throws it harder now than he used to, and the separation between fastball and changeup is only 3 miles an hour. You always hear that pitchers are striving for 8, 9, 10 miles per hour, but with Felix it's only 3.
And even when he won his Cy Young in 2010, it wasn't the 10 or 9 mile per hour difference that you saw there earlier in his career. It was still small. It was about 3 to 4 mile per hour difference. But the biggest thing with his changeup when it's going well isn't even so much how it varies from his fastball as it is the depth and the movement that he'll get on that pitch combined. But he needs that difference, and you're starting to see that fastball and changeup. Those numbers are now merging to where they're very close to each other.
Well, and it's made the fastball, even though yes, down in velocity, it's made it much more hittable. The changeup at 87 and with the movement that he typically gets on it is still a very difficult pitch for guys to handle, for guys to square up. But now you can kind of sit as a hitter in that 86, 87 range and still do damage on the fastball when you're protecting a little bit against that changeup.
Fowler thought about it, puts the brakes on.
And that was the first changeup of the night that we saw there. You see 88 miles an hour on that pitch. It almost looks like a real good sinker, or has a little split look to it. I mean, that's straight down. There is the grip. Incredibly hard, but look at the late downward action. So even if you look for that pitch as a hitter, it's a very difficult pitch to square up because of all the movement.
But Scott Service gave us the impression before the game, like they've talked to Felix Hernandez about trying to take something off the changeup to get some of that separation back in.
It's definitely something they'd like to do, because I think it will help his fastball out more if he can get some of that separation, because then you can't really sit in between the two pitches as a hitter.
But look at that tunnel he's working right now. We saw it with the changeup 2 pitches ago with the last pitch and fastball right there in the bottom half of the zone. He'll come up every now and then just to change the eye level, but that is his bread and butter, is working that lower half of the zone so that he can work his fastball and change off of the same plane.
Let's see if Fowler may be running here. Full count on Bryant. He is not, and Bryant takes it in the dirt, ball 4. Back-to-back walks for Hernandez to open up his night. And it won't get any easier as Anthony Rizzo comes to the plate. '79 RBIs on the season for Rizzo, entering play today, tied for second in the National League in that department, and hitting .352 on the season with runners in scoring position.
Well, if Felix is having a hard time getting that strike zone, Rizzo's going to make it the hardest of any Cubs hitter because of how he crowds it. He takes away about half the plate.
And that right there is an important pitch for Hernandez to at least establish something on the inside corner to Rizzo, because that's what he's basically giving you, because he wants to crowd that plate and be deadly on stuff out over the plate. If he can demonstrate that he can command the fastball into Rizzo, that will help set up that split change that he likes to throw down and away.
First time that Hernandez has ever pitched here at Wrigley Field. First time he has pitched on Sunday Night Baseball. The Mariners have not been on in 12 years, and we certainly got the impression in their clubhouse that he wanted this game. He was excited to pitch here in this ballpark, to pitch under the bright lights, but man, it is not going his way here in the early going. A couple of walks and a 2-0 count now on Rizzo.
Oh, in that last spot, that's exactly where he wants to paint. To Booney's point, inside low. He gets that call to strike, and he knows it. Changes this at bat. That one turns it into a 1-1 count.
That one might have been in again, but Rizzo went after it. Fowler at second and Bryant at first. Nobody out. 2-0 Seattle here in the bottom of the first. Change up, swing and a miss, 2-2.
Well, there's a couple of pitches that he's at least shown Rizzo now. I can get the ball to the inside with my fastball. So it sped him up a little bit. Now it sets up that 88 mile an hour, that change. Watch the bottom fall out. Rizzo looks at that and thinks, okay, I got something I can handle, but then the bottom drops out and he ends up way out in front and over the top. Now you've planted every seed, so there's a lot of places you can go. You've sped him up inside, but you showed him the weapon down.
Down and in, almost hit him in a full count.
And now I think if you're Rizzo here and you're inclined to sell out on a pitch, I think you can expect that changeup. One of the best hitters in the league in a big spot. He just showed you the heater in. I think it's back now to the changeup to try and win the at bat.
Got him. Fastball on the outside corner with the knees and a swing and a miss, and Rizzo shaking his head as he walks back to the dugout.
Well, just perfect execution on this sinking fastball that he dots down and away. And I guarantee you Rizzo was sitting on the off-speed pitch, and that little bit of extra velocity away, he's just a little late flailing at it.
I think, yeah, it's just 3 miles an hour difference between his fastball and changeup, but the way he set up Rizzo there, it don't matter if it's 3 or 10, it still works.
And sometimes as a hitter, when you're looking soft out over the plate, it's actually easiest to handle a fastball in the inner half because you just react and you just throw your hands. When you sit soft, sometimes they can sneak a fastball away past you because your body does not allow you to cover that pitch away.
You saw the numbers for Ben Zobrist against Felix Hernandez. Of course, Zobrist with Tampa Bay for many, many years, so he's got a lot more experience against Hernandez than anybody else in this Cub lineup, but a lot of that experience was against the young 97 mile an hour Felix Hernandez. Zobrist just 5 for 37 in his career against him. A little slider there and a swing and a miss, 1-2. Not quite as many Hernandez fans as there are when he's pitching it back home in Seattle on the King's Court. That's a seam down the left field line. And he got him at the knees. 2 down.
Well, struggle, struggle, struggle. Then when you need a big time pitch, he throws a 2-seam sinking fastball to get Rizzo. And there, that ball actually looked like it had a little cut action on it, but at the bottom of the zone. He's planted the seed. He knows these Cubs hitters are fearful of that changeup, certainly aware of that changeup. And it's been the fastball that potentially now have a chance to get him out of this inning. Take a look at that last pitch in the grip. And watch the little cut action. This ball works back to the heart of the plate, and Zunino does a good job of sticking it and holding it at the bottom of the strike zone.
And now Hernandez wants to talk to Zunino after the first pitch strike to Addison Russell. Hernandez battling back. Walked the first two, has struck out the last two. Zobrist continues to struggle against Hernandez, striking out his first time tonight. Russell fouls it off, and it's 0-2. Doing some pitching right here, getting back into things after the way the inning started for him. No pattern. And locating very well to the last three hitters after falling behind and eventually walking the first two hitters. Skips up over the third base dugout into the seats. You faced him a couple of times when he was a kid, and you were a grizzled old vet.
Yeah, I faced him in Cleveland. I'll never forget the night because he came with a lot of buzz, a lot of fanfare, and I remember the first time facing him. This guy absolutely lived up to the hype, and I understood why.
And he gets out of it. 3 strikeouts in a row after walking the first two. King Felix living up to his nickname. Mariner fans in the house. 2-0 Seattle at the end of 1. Back at Wrigley, top of the second, 2-0 Mariners. Felix Hernandez will lead it off. He is 4 for 41 swinging the bat in his big league career. One of the 4 was a grand slam, hit that of Johan Santana back in 2008. Chopper back towards the mound. Easy play for Mattis for the first out.
Well, we talked about Obviously, King Felix coming up with some huge pitches there to get out of a little bit of trouble. Finished that inning off by striking out 3 in a row. A chance now for Mattis, who really struggled through that first inning, but left the bases loaded, and now a chance if he can settle in to try and at least give his team some innings and keep them right in this ball game.
Mattis throwing, pitching 2 starts, making 2 starts for the AAA team in Iowa in the last couple of weeks, through 85 pitches his last time out. So Joe Maddon saying if he got a solid 5 for Mattis, he would take it. Not fully stretched out. Top of the order, shortstop Sean O'Malley, who had a base hit and scored on the home run by Cruz back in the top of the first. Seattle at the end of a road trip that has taken them to Toronto, Pittsburgh, and now here to Wrigley Field. They are headed home and will start a homestand with the Boston Red Sox tomorrow night. And if they can get a win here in this game, pretty successful road trip against some good teams. Took 2 out of 3 in Toronto, split the 2 with Pittsburgh. If they can win here tonight, 5-3 against those 3 teams, pretty good.
And that's why, you know, for being a regular season game, I feel like every now and then there's a game that feels really important. And here, with your ace on the mound, a chance against some quality teams to have a good road trip. You go home and play 4 against a team you're chasing potentially for a playoff spot in the Boston Red Sox. And then in the month of August, the schedule gets a lot more friendly. A lot more games within the division. A lot of Angels, A's. You play Texas at the end of the month. So you're a good month away from really putting yourself on some good footing. And I think tonight can go a long way in kind of springboarding them into August.
But even just walking around the clubhouse, being around this team too, because they don't have the target on their back. I mean, you know, Booney, this is the best place to be sometimes, is to be that team that no one really is paying attention to. And they're 4.5 games back, but they're right in the mix. Because they're out west, they're not seen as much.
Martin aligns one into right center, a base hit. You saw those wild card standings. Baltimore beat Toronto today, so the Orioles are back in first place in the American League East. The Blue Jays hold down the first wild card spot. The Red Sox got 5 in the 9th today to beat the Angels. They hold down the second wild card spot. And here come the Detroit Tigers. They completed a sweep of Houston today, roughed up the Astros 11-0. The Tigers are 1 game out of a playoff berth right now. It's going to be a crazy couple of months. Might be a crazy 16 hours or so between now and the trade deadline. Buster will keep you up to date on everything. We mentioned that Seattle traded Wade Miley to Baltimore today, a minor leaguer coming back the other way. The big news of the day, if you haven't heard it, is Andrew Miller is now a member of the Cleveland Indians. So the Indians went out and made a move, gave up 4 players to get one of the very best relievers in baseball. They've got a great starting rotation. Their offense quietly is 3rd in the American League in runs per game this year. And now they've added a lockdown lefty, whether it's 8th inning, 9th inning, set up close situationally, depending on how Terry Francona wants to play it. Either way, they just got a lot better.
Well, and I think this is Chris Antonetti and the Cleveland Indian organization saying, I think we have the best team in the American League. Not just a team that can get to the postseason, but because of that starting rotation. And because now you pair Andrew Miller and Cody Allen. For a team that is on a stricter budget, smaller market, they're going to be reluctant to give away prospects, and they gave a great package to the Yankees. But this is them saying, I think we match up with anybody, and they feel like Andrew Miller can be that difference. And perhaps bringing a World Series back to Cleveland.
Then they went out and tried to address their situation behind the plate since the injury to Yan Gomes, and they completed a deal with Milwaukee for Jonathan Lucroy, but Lucroy's got limited no trade provisions in his contract. He can refuse a trade to 8 teams. Cleveland's one of them, and he exercised that clause in his contract and reportedly vetoed the trade. Otherwise, Lucroy would be an Indian as well.
You wonder if the Indians are completely done, because they aren't a wealthy team by means of money, but they do have even more prospects in in the bank, you know, to be able to go out and possibly get another bat and go after somebody else. And to me, you think about what this Indian team has in starting pitching, and now with the back end of their bullpen, they still are third in the American League runs per game. But if they could add to that, look out.
Cano hits one high and deep to right field. Hayward back, running out of room. It is gone. Second home run of the night for the Mariners already, and they've got a 4-0 lead.
Well, after Mattis had tried to set up outside to Cano earlier on in this at bat, Cano gets a pitch right on the inner half. You see that Contreras wants it low in the zone. Instead, it's middle in, almost on a tee for Cano. Unleashes. Pretty sweet swing of Robinson Cano.
Cano's third home run in his career off Mattis. Nelson Cruz, who's batting now, hit the third home run of his career off Mattis last time up. Now he grounds one to short, backhanded by Russell, and the inning is over. But it's another explosive, productive inning for the Mariners. They lead 4-0. Buster Olney with the latest trade talk when we come back. To the bottom of the second is promised down to Buster Olney with the latest trade talk.
Yeah, and what happened with Lucroy and the Indians was this. After this deal was agreed to, then the Brewers conveyed to the Indians that Lucroy wanted some guarantees about playing time and other issues, and the Indians' response was, look, we bought this player giving up this package of prospects based on his value as a player and his contract. If he's got an issue with it, you guys work it out. And they didn't. And on top of that, I can tell you within the Indians organization, the feeling was, you know what? If he doesn't want to be with us, maybe we don't want him.
Interesting. The Indians in go-for-it mode, picking up Miller, trying to get a Lucroy, but it didn't work out. Trade deadline special, 3 hours worth tomorrow, 1:30 to 4:30 Eastern time on ESPN. The deadline itself is at 4 Eastern, but remember, trades will always trickle in just after the deadline. They happen just before 4 by the time they're announced and get on the air. It's after 4. So, Buster, let me go back down to you. Are the Indians looking for somebody else as a catcher, and is Lucroy likely to wind up somewhere else by tomorrow?
Well, they are talking with other teams about bats, including the Yankees about Carlos Beltran.
Sharply hit off the bat of Hayward, but Cano there to make the play.
Yeah, and the Brewers have picked up the pieces of those conversations they had with the Indians. They moved on to talks initially with the Mets. Those didn't work out. They've had some conversations with the Atlanta Braves. And they're now talking with the Texas Rangers. Reportedly, the Rangers, according to MLB.com, are willing to include Joey Gallo, the young slugger, in return for Jonathan Lucroy.
Wow.
Rangers beating Kansas City today 5-3, 4-game sweep for the Rangers over the Royals. You get the feeling Texas is going to do something, but you always thought pitching. And maybe they still will do that, but maybe Lucroy's on his way to Arlington as well.
And I think their thought is that, hey, a veteran catcher, maybe he's a guy who can help out our pitching staff.
Here's Wilson Contreras, young catcher. We were here in the ballpark in June in the game in which he had his first major league at bat, homered in his first major league at bat. This is his 15th start behind the plate. He's also made 16 out in left field for the Cubs. Well, Carlos Beltran's certainly an interesting name. As Buster mentioned, you got to assume if they traded Miller, they're going to trade Beltran. Beltran's contract is up at the end of the year. He's 39 years of age, and whether it's Cleveland, whether it's Texas.
I'd be shocked if Beltran's not gone by 4 o'clock tomorrow. And there's a lot of teams that could really use not just his bat, but his experience, what he does in the postseason.
And they're talking with Houston, and get this, guys, they're also talking with the Boston Red Sox among the teams. And yes, I think you're exactly right, Jess. If you're going to move those two back end of the bullpen relievers, you're going to move Carlos Beltran.
You're saying the Yankees and the Red Sox are engaged in trade talk?
Yeah, shades of Sparky Lyle and Danny Cater from about 5 centuries ago. Yeah, in fact, I think the Yankees have, since the end of June, have basically told other teams, look, we don't care if you're in the division or not. If you got an idea, call us.
Contreras lines one to right field, and there is Cruz to make the play. Zach Duke, fine left-handed reliever for the White Sox, was traded to St. Louis today. Buster, what do you hear about the White Sox? Sale, Quintana likely to stay or conceivably could go?
Well, they are certainly open for business according to other executives, and one of the teams that they've been talking to have been the Los Angeles Dodgers. Rival executives believe that if the Dodgers put together a big package, they could entice the White Sox. But again, that might be something where the White Sox will wait until the offseason so they can talk to more teams about Chris Sale, keep Sale and Quintana. That's the instinct of a lot of executives that I have spoken with. They believe that the Dodgers, if they get a pitcher, might be more inclined to deal with the Tampa Bay Rays. They've been talking about Chris Archer. One of the names also in those conversations, Yasiel Puig.
Puig had a big day today. 3 hits and a couple of RBIs for the Dodgers, but it's been a very disappointing season for him. Chris Coghlan hits one well down the right field line, but he's pulled it foul. Buster, we've set the over-under at your sleep tonight at 2.5 hours. You taking the over or the under?
He's going to sleep?
I'm definitely taking the under. 3:30 car to the airport, 6:04 back to Bristol for that show tomorrow afternoon.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
We'll be watching.
He's an animal. 1:30 to 4:30 Eastern time tomorrow. 3-hour baseball tonight. Trade deadline special. Baseball moving the deadline from July 31st to August 1st this year just to get it away from all the games going on Sunday. Get it onto a Monday afternoon when nobody's playing at the time. Remember back in the day, you'd have guys in the on-deck circle get pulled out of the on-deck circle when they were traded in the middle of a ball game.
I mean, just think about Wilmer Flores last year and the fact that he could be in tears thinking because of a fan telling him he's possibly going to be traded, and he doesn't. Gets to stay, becomes a hero.
Well, you know, and half the ballpark on social media following this stuff real time.
6 in a row now, set down by Felix Hernandez. Coghlan felt that one was outside. Joe Madden with Buster when we come back. innings, Buster Olney with Cubs manager Joe Maddon.
Joe, tell me what you've seen out of Brian Matusz so far.
Some good pitches, but two good hitters got him for 2-run homers. High changeup to Cruz, went far. And then a 3-1 fastball probably could have made a different selection right there, but two good hitters have got him. He's made some good pitches otherwise.
You threatened against Felix Hernandez in the first inning. What adjustments did you see him make?
Well, we chased. We kept throwing the ball the same way. You saw the bat by KB. He laid off those pitches in the dirt, and then the other guys did not. So the difference was, for us to really, we're at 42 pitches, I think, after 2 innings, which is good. We got to lay off that thing in the dirt and keep building his pitch count up, force him up in the zone.
Joe, thanks.
Kyle Seager, first pitch swinging, grounds one up the middle. Addison Russell, ranging to his left, will make the play. Well, those two pretty good hitters Joe Maddon mentioned, Nelson Cruz and Robinson Cano. Cruz his 26th home run of the season, Cano his 23rd.
That is a meaty part of an order. I don't think you could find a 3, 4, 5 in baseball with those kind of numbers and threat and the lefty, righty, lefty, including Seager in that, who also has 20 home runs.
And for the Mariners now on the season, they have 145 home runs. You think of a team like Baltimore, right? Explosive, tons of homers, left, right, and center. Baltimore's got 153 entering play today. Seattle's got 145. And although it's a little bit easier to hit them out at Safeco Field than it used to be, it's certainly not a great hitter's park by any stretch of the imagination. These guys, they rely on the home run, as you can see, but it's a big part of their offense.
Well, and they do it with those 3 premium players, premium bats in the middle of the lineup, but then great platoon options, as we've talked about. Gutierrez, 8 homers against lefties. Lee has come over from Korea and provided power, especially against left-handers. And then guys like Seth Smith and Adam Lind that really provide power against righties. So each and every night, not just their core star players in the middle, but the platoon options great as well.
If they seem tense, you know, because of the trade deadline and everything, they're hiding it pretty well right now. End of a long road trip, heading home, hoping to get home 3 games over 500, and a win tonight would leave them 4 games out of a playoff spot. It's a loose group. Scott Service talking about how it's a veteran-laden team, and you're looking at 2 of them, and Cruz and Cano. This ball scorched into center field, a base hit for Gutierrez. With guys like Felix Hernandez, Robinson Cano, Nelson Cruz, it feels like, I don't know if hands-off approach is the right way to say it, but he's handed over a lot of the leadership to the veterans in the clubhouse and kind of trusting them to police it and do what he wants them to do. Talked about in spring training, and you don't hear this much anymore. Scott Service says, I'm a big meetings guy. I love meetings. I love football, and that's where I get it from. And then, much to the delight of Jessica and myself, the La Crosse, Wisconsin native said, I'm a big Packers fan.
Yes.
So, Aaron, get with the program already. Eagles, I know. Yeah, my dad played there. Here's Lee hitting one a long way, left center field. It is another home run for the Mariners. Their 3rd 2-run homer in as many innings. Nothing Seattle.
Booney, you mentioned the power that Lee has, and this is an 80-mile-per-hour pitch, and look at the location. Look at his ability to be able to go down and get a curveball, moving away from his bat down in the zone, but the length and power that he has, not only to get to that pitch, but to pull it as far as he did.
Well, we've seen with the breaking ball all night, just pitches like that almost look like they're slipping out of his hand, not getting the break, not getting the bite. And while that pitch was down, it just kind of rolled and spun in there. There's no bite to it. Easy for a hitter to track, and a hitter with power rides another one out. Might have been a changeup, actually. Just had downward action. Tough to tell if it was a breaking ball or a changeup, but another pitch that one of these power righties is able to ride out here. I think it was that breaking ball right there. Just doesn't quite have that bite, and routinely in these first few innings we continue to see it just kind of roll out of his hand.
Carl Edwards Jr. up now in the bullpen for the Cubs. 6-0 Seattle here in the third inning on the heels of a big come from behind win yesterday afternoon. Nice running catch there by Rizzo in foul territory. He hauls it in to retire Zunino. Well, we mentioned Scott's service and his football mentality and his love of the Green Bay Packers. And he'll get a chance to watch them next Sunday night, the Pro Football Hall of Fame game, as they take on the Colts from Canton, Ohio. This game kicks off the NFL preseason schedule, caps off Hall of Fame weekend. Our coverage begins at 7 Eastern, also streaming live on Watch ESPN and the ESPN app. And am I allowed to say this?
Yeah.
You're going to be there.
Yeah.
You're going to be there.
Off. I'm headed to Canton. Packers.
I was worried she hadn't told Adam yet, and what if, you know.
You find it out on air? Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Big surprise for my husband. I had to tell him because he's smart enough to figure it out. He's like, wait, we're going somewhere next weekend. It's the Hall of Fame weekend. Brett Favre's getting inducted, and ESPN's doing the game. There's too many things in common.
Your husband's walking around Chicago this weekend wearing his Packer hat, right?
Oh, yeah.
Good
he
man.
loves making Bears fans mad.
Yeah. Will he go outside? Will he go public in a cheese head? Will he wear the cheese head?
That's a good idea.
That's only you, Dan.
Oh, why is that weird?
Between that and your toques.
It's almost football season.
Yeah,
how about that? 6-0 Mariners here. 2-run homer by Cruz. 2-run homer by Cano. 2-run homer by Lee. And here's Felix Hernandez, who tapped back to the mound his first time up.
I wonder if they're all Seahawks fans.
There's strike 3 call to end the inning. Another homer. 6-0 Mariners. ESPN presented by Taco Bell. Beautiful night in Chicago, but not so much fun if you're a Cubs fan so far. all Mariners in the early going. 3 homers and a 6-0 lead going to the bottom of the 3rd. And Brian Mattis is out of the game. Batting in his spot is another pitcher. Jason Hamill is going to bat here to lead off the 3rd. And he'll chop one to 3rd. In on the grass is Seager. So Joe Maddon going to leave his bench players for what he hopes, or maybe situations with more potential later on with men on base. Mattis making his first major league start since 2012. And making his first appearance of any kind as a member of the Cubs after spending a couple of weeks down at their AAA affiliate in Iowa. Needless to say, did not go well. If indeed this was a showcase start for other teams, for people to see what Mattis might have in advance of the trade deadline, it did not go well. Back to the top of the order for Dexter Fowler.
This was the part of the lineup Joe Maddon mentioned to Buster last inning that really did a good job of trying to force Felix Hernandez to get his pitches up in the zone. And that pitch right there, Dexter just spits on it, and if Felix can hit that location, Dexter's fine with that because he wants something more up in the zone. And that's why him and Bryant both got back-to-back walks.
Flips a curveball in there, and it's 1-2. And back-to-back walks issued to Fowler and Bryant to begin Hernandez's night, and then he roared back, striking out Rizzo, Zobrist, and Russell in succession to strand the runners. Got the Cubs in order in the 2nd. And just misses down and in, now 2-2 on Fowler.
And Dan, I mean, Felix gets a lot of credit, obviously, but I feel like the credit actually in that turn in the 1st inning was Anthony Rizzo. He chased a couple pitches out of the zone to get Felix back into that count.
Ground ball left side, rolls up the arm of Seager. Fowler safe at first. And the Mariners, who have been, Seager is charged with the error. That is the 14th error committed by Seager on the season.
I always felt like this was one of the more difficult plays as a third baseman, when a left-handed hitter doesn't hit a ball real hard but slices it, because it's spinning a little bit away from you, and Seager, playing him well over to pull on the shift, has to work around that. You don't really track it properly. It almost works like a changeup because it's not hit hard, but it's also spinning. So you've really got to make sure you stick it in your glove. One of the more difficult plays, even though it looked real easy. Usually if a ball's hit hard, it'll just kind of stick in the glove. Here you've got to make sure you squeeze it. As you can see, as he tries to work around it, he just clanks it. E5.
So a base runner for the Cubs, and here's Chris Bryant. Yes, he did. It's 0-1. Got tied up in on the hands with a 90-mile-an-hour fastball.
And that's one of the only problems of looking up in the zone is you can tell Bryant right there. Uncharacteristic for him to swing up and in off the plate. But that's what he was sitting.
Hernandez is the guy in his career with Seattle who has never really gotten great run support. He's had so many games where he's had a no decision or a loss in a very low scoring game. Could easily have more wins than he has in his career. He's always been great when you look at ERA and hits per inning and base runners per inning and so forth. All of those numbers have been outstanding. Again, not pitching with the same kind of stuff that he did many years ago.
Well, didn't he, the year he won the Cy Young, I think he won, what,
I think he was 13 and 12.
13 and 12.
Yeah.
I mean, it just goes to show you the era that he's pitched in, where the Seattle Mariners, more often than not, have not been a very strong club. So you can see 67 starts in his career with 1 run or less. Obviously not the case tonight, and much less often now with this more of a juggernaut of an offense.
Turned 30 in the first week of April. On his 30th birthday, he had thrown more innings by that milestone than any pitcher since Fernando Valenzuela. That's going back a ways. More starts by age 30 than anybody since Bert Blyleven. That's going back even further. This guy has been a workhorse. Again, got to the major leagues at the age of 19, and until this year, 30+ starts every single season, except for his rookie year when he came up in the middle of the year. But the calf injury has cost him some time this year. But there you can see, by today's standards, nobody's done more. Nobody's been more durable over a longer period of time than Felix Hernandez.
And he's been doing all this with a compromised tendon, I believe, in his elbow, much like Masahiro Tanaka. So durable, but able to pitch through some minor things as well.
And he strikes out Bryant, 5th of the night.
Well, I mentioned Anthony Rizzo, really the changing moment back in the first inning after 2 consecutive walks. And you're going to see the at-bat. Felix Hernandez gets him 2-0. It looks like it might be another walk, but Rizzo helps him out. He gets a pitch off the plate, swings at it, then chases a changeup down in the zone. Now Felix Hernandez, he locks in, goes back to the fastball away, gets the strikeout, and from then he got 3 consecutive strikeouts. But this was the at-bat. It looked like the Cubs were going to get rolling.
I love that pitch selection on the 3-2 pitch. If you're Rizzo, you had to be thinking changeup. I certainly was as a hitter. You know that's his bread and butter. And to go fastball running away and then execute it perfectly down in the way. You saw a weak swing from Rizzo on that 3-2 pitch, but great instincts by Zunino and Hernandez to go away in that spot.
2 down in the inning. Fowler at first. Seattle up 6-0. Seager now backing up and over to his left, more towards in the direction of where the shortstop would normally play. As Rizzo takes upstairs.
You know, one thing, even if Hernandez is able to get out of this inning as well, one thing that Air does at third base with that long first inning, that pitch count running up, Hernandez had a chance to really, a couple easy innings to get that pitch count at a manageable rate. Now he's looking at maybe 60 pitches if he gets through Rizzo here through 3 innings, which is going to make it very difficult for Felix to get beyond 5 or 6, even if he continues to pitch well.
One-two. Rizzo lines one to left, and there to make the catch, Gutierrez, to end the inning. End of 3 with the Mariners leading 6-0. Their manager Scott Service with a buster only when we come back. Brought to you by Taco Bell, and an explosive night for them in the early going. Home runs by Robinson, Cano, Nelson, Cruz, DeJoly, all 2-run shots, and the Mariners lead 6-0 going to the top of the fourth. Between innings, their manager Scott Service visited with Buster.
Scott, what happens to Felix Hernandez through your eyes when he pitches a spotlight game like this?
Oh, he certainly dials it up. Maybe a little bit too amped up there in the first inning, but he got in a good rhythm, got through the first, and hopefully can keep him going here. He looks good tonight.
How would you compare the power of your lineup to other teams in baseball?
You know, we've hit a lot of homers this year. It's something we really didn't expect coming into the year, and we've got a lot. Guys like Dejo, Lee have stepped up. You know, Robbie hasn't hit one in a while. We said in the dugout he's due, so it's great. Obviously, Nelson got us going tonight, so we play good when we hit homers, no doubt.
Scott, thanks.
No problem.
Meanwhile, Joe Maddon now goes to the bullpen after the home runs by Cano and Cruz and Lee, and Carl Edwards Jr. comes in here to work the fourth inning.
It's become a nice piece for this bullpen. That fastball you've seen now, all three at 95 miles an hour, routinely where he's sat. But look at that whip, and now his 15th game. Nice strikeout to walk ratio. He'll also mix in a curveball as his one secondary pitch.
Three and one, the count on Sean O'Malley, the Seattle shortstop. And the strike, it's full. So Mattis goes 3 innings, gives up 6 runs, all earned on 6 hits, allows 3 homers, walked 2, hit 1, struck out a pair. Again, part of the reason that Mattis started was to give all the regular starters an extra day, and guys like Arrieta, Lackey, Lester, they all had a couple of off starts before the All-Star break in that 21-game stretch where the Cubs went 6-15. Swing and a miss, and O'Malley is gone. But other than tonight's start, starting pitching's been pretty good for the Cubs coming out of the All-Star break.
Well, you could tell leading into the break, not that this was any kind of excuse, you could tell they were tired. And Joe Maddon talked about the 24 games that they had in 24 days and getting just a few days rest. And I think that's a big reason why you also see Mattis getting the start tonight, is he saw the results. As you see the numbers since the All-Star break, they're back to where they were in April, leading the National League, leading baseball in ERA. Their bullpen, their overall.
Well, and Joe also felt like this is absolutely going to show up for this team come September and down the stretch. This, you know, if he can get an extra days of rest, certainly this time through, but maybe one other time here in the second half, he feels like it'll show up in the results with his starting pitcher down the stretch, and hopefully continue on into and through October.
And a swing and a miss. Martinez gone, 2 down. Well, they've got off days Thursday and next Monday, so they can build in a little rest there. They got the Miami Marlins coming in tomorrow night. Interesting series. The Marlins are obviously battling for a playoff spot right now in the National League. Ichiro did not get a hit today, so he's still at 2,998 as he arrives in Chicago tomorrow.
And all 3 games against the Cubs will be against right-handed pitching, so you would figure that Ichiro will start at least 1, possibly 2 of those games of the series, giving him a nice chance to perhaps break it here at Wrigley Field, or excuse me, get to 3,000 here at Wrigley.
Marlins beat the Cardinals today 5-4. 4-game split between the Marlins and Cardinals. St. Louis, even when the Cubs went through that swoon, they were unable to really make up some ground. With the loss today, St. Louis is still 7 games back of the Cubs, and there you can see the wild card standings with the Marlins in possession of the second wild card spot. Cardinals a game back. Mets won today, cooling off a hot Colorado team. One of these years it's going to happen, but I would love like a 4-way tie for the second wild card spot. You know, the World Series ends at Thanksgiving or something. I mean, it'd be fun.
Yeah, we'd have about 4 or 5 different plane flight options going the final day.
Yeah.
Yeah, sign me up for that.
2-2 on Cano.
It'll be interesting as you look at the wild card, especially for the NL. What happens in the last 24 hours when you look at the Dodgers? We've seen Miami and the moves that they've made. I don't know if the Cardinals are done yet. The Dodgers, especially with Bud Norris going down today. I mean, I'd be shocked if they don't get a pitcher.
Carl Edwards Jr. just came into the ball game, struck out the side. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN with Jessica Mendoza, Aaron Boone, Buster Olney. I'm Dane Schulman. Felix Hernandez and the Mariners leading the Cubs 6-0. That is a foul ball, says home plate umpire Dan Iasonia. The batter is Ben Zobrist, caught looking his first time up, and as you can see, that now makes him 5 for 38 in his career against Hernandez. Hernandez has walked 2. One man has reached on an error. No hits yet for the Cubs. Hernandez has struck out 5. But a high pitch count through 3. There's the first hit as that changeup is lined back up the middle into center. A base hit for Zobrist. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you by Corona, who invites you to find your beach, and Ford. We go further so you can. Beautiful night, a really pretty sky here in Chicago. Cool night, no humidity. As the Cubs and the Mariners wrap up the 3-game series. All Cubs Friday night blasted Seattle 12-1. Seattle rallying late, 3 in the 8th. One more in the 9th on their way to a 4-1 win. Here's Russell, struck out back in the first.
This is the time, 6-run lead, pitch count a little bit of an issue. This is where he'd love to get a ground ball. So as a hitter, you kind of think, does he want to attack me sinker or that little slider curveball down in the strike zone to get that weak contact or the ball on the ground? That discipline really becomes as a hitter. Make him get the ball up, make him continue to work, but don't go chase his bread and butter at the bottom of the strike zone.
Chased a pitch down and out of the zone.
Well, there's a look at that nasty changeup. Watch the bottom just completely fall out. Addison Russell thinks fastball all the way. Bottom falls out. Good job by Zunino of keeping that ball in front and keeping that double play in order. Great look at the grip and the depth.
Line to center, and tracking back to make the play is Martin. Zobrist will retreat to first. Now Jason Hayward grounded out his first time up, first year with the Cubs. And it's been a struggle, to say the least, offensively for Jason Hayward. A big-time free agent acquisition in the offseason, and now doing a little bit of extra work before BP today.
Well, I know the biggest thing they've been working, you'll see, is his pinky kind of overlap with that bottom hand. But the biggest goal they were saying is that he's just been topping over a lot of balls, trying to get him to get underneath, and that's what we saw in BP today. Lifting some balls, getting his barrel in the zone and underneath the ball a little bit instead of on top.
I think really what it comes down to for Jason Hayward, and where he struggled at times in his career this year mightily, as you look at, typically he's been over 350 with that on-base percentage, nowhere close this year, and the very low slugging percentage is he's just too often late to get into hitting position. And as a result, he's seen more fastballs than any player in the league. And he's just late in getting to it, so it turns into a lot of ground balls because he doesn't get into that hitting position in time.
And a big part of what the Cubs feel like he's late is he's got big hands, and when he grips the bat, he'll kind of choke the bat too much, turn his hand, that top hand, kind of overturn it. So what they've done this last week is what I mentioned earlier, is kind of get that pinky to overlap that bottom hand to get his hands in a better position, as you said, Booney.
But see that's a fastball right there, and I would argue that he's late getting into position. His foot doesn't get down in time. Watch this take. That foot should be down a little bit earlier than that. It's kind of a last second no, and when you're late on the fastball, typically you're ahead of the off speed and you get a lot of quick bat in and out of the hitting zone and a lot of lazy ground balls because you're late and all you can do is smother it. And Too many little rollovers like that this season for Jason.
Cano was thinking about going for the lead runner, but the juggle prevented him from doing that.
Yeah, and look, there was no chance they were going to be able to turn 2 in this spot because Jason Hayward gets down the line too well. A 6-run lead. No reason to mess with it. Just calmly make sure you get that second out at first base and give Felix a chance to get out of this inning again with a reasonable pitch count.
Wilson Contreras is the batter.
Just make sure the kids at home don't try my back's to first base and I'm still going to throw the ball to get the runner out at first.
And a strike 1-1. Joe Nathan is up in the bullpen. With 377 career saves signed by the Cubs earlier this year, has gotten healthy, was working his way back on rehab down in the minors, has made a couple of appearances for the Cubs. A very experienced arm to work in the middle innings, if you will, of the game for the Cubs. Edwards may come back. You can imagine if this gets 2 more batters to the pitcher spot, and they've really got something brewing. Say bases loaded, then maybe you'll see a pinch hitter, and that would signal the end of the night for Edwards. That's why Nathan's up, you would think. Swing and a miss. Contreras strikes out, and a man left on by the Cubs here in the 4th. O'clock Eastern time, the Yankees and the Mets, and then the same 2, but this time at Yankee Stadium on Wednesday Night Baseball at 7 Eastern as the Yankees and Mets play that home and home, 2 games in your park, 2 games in my park kind of situation that you see every now and again. The White Sox and the Cubs did it this week, with the White Sox winning the first 2 at the Cell, and then the Cubs winning the 2 here at Wrigley. 6-0 Seattle. Second inning of work now for Carl Edwards Jr. He'll face Nelson Cruz, Kyle Seager, and Franklin Gutierrez. Cruz homered off Cub starter Brian Mattis in the first inning, one of 3 homers the Mariners have hit in this game, all 2-run shots. Nelson Cruz has hit more home runs the last 3 years than any player in baseball. Hit 42 years ago with the Orioles, 44 last year with the Mariners, and 26 so far this season.
And he's going against the odds. He's 36 years old. He's had his best years in the part of his career that you would see normally a decline. And I think a big part of that was he had so many years in the minors. Didn't really come up till 2008, break through. A little bit of a late starter, but he just gets better and better. It was cool talking to Scott Service before the game. He was in the Texas Rangers organization back when Nelson Cruz was in the minors. He was the one that first made those adjustments.
And Edwards gets Cruz for the first out of the inning. Kyle Seager coming up. We got some breaking news about Kyle Seager. Let's go down to Buster.
Yeah, guys, last week when we had the Cardinals and the Dodgers, I bumped into some of the family members of Corey Seager, and they told me that, you know, you're related to the Seager brothers. So today I walked up to Kyle and I said, have you ever heard about this, that you and I are related? And he goes, yeah, I started hearing about that back when I was a teenager. On his father's side, he thinks that we have a great grandfather, grandmother that we both stem from. So yeah, we're family.
So
Seagers.
the athletic genes swerved off to their side, though, right? At some point, is that what you're saying?
See, I also anticipated that you would say something like that, and I said that to Kyle, and he said, yeah, that's probably the same split between Kyle and Corey, myself and Corey. He said something happened there as well.
Although I heard Kyle could write a mean term paper back in the day.
Yeah. Oh, he can blog.
And we haven't seen Buster swing. I mean, we don't know.
Yep.
Maybe the pen was just better than the bat.
Buster does brag about his wiffle ball prowess.
I think that's
and
pitching,
it is that time of year.
The family's got 38 combined home runs this year.
Yeah, I love that.
He was supposed to invite us out to the house to show off those wiffle ball skills at some point this summer. We're still waiting on that invitation.
So
Buster,
guys, I asked Kyle, I said, Kyle, I've known you for a while. Why didn't you mention that? And he goes, I didn't want to bother you with it.
You had no such issues with bothering him about it.
Heck no. It's on my business card.
Seager grounds out 2 down. In all seriousness, Kyle's got 20 homers. Corey hit his 18th today. They're on the verge of becoming the 7th brother combination to hit 20 or more home runs in the same season. Only one pair of brothers has ever done it twice.
I wonder who.
And those would be the Boones.
Oh.
Well, look at that fake surprise face. You have that on the Snoop can? Can you run that back?
Hey, I was really excited to read that in the notes today.
I'm sure you were. You and Brett twice each hit 20 or more home runs in a season. You're the only brother combo ever to do that.
I have a feeling the Seagers are going to blow through that.
Yeah, I think you got about a year, maybe 2, to milk that.
Yeah.
I mean, the Seagers only. Let's get that together.
Yes.
It's hyphenated.
The Seager onlys.
Where's Thanksgiving going to be, Buster? You guys going to Kyle's or Corey's?
I'm not allowed to reveal that. It's a family secret.
And will be kept a family secret from you, no doubt. That'd be great, though. Well, what do you say? Congratulate. I don't know what to say to Buster. He's been so happy about this all day. Yeah. Even peppier than usual at the morning meeting today. 2-1 the count on Gutierrez. Speaking of your brother, and speaking of the Mariners, we were talking about the 2001 Mariners. The last time they made the playoffs, won 116 games. Think about that for a second. 116 games. Cubs are having a great year. They're on pace right now for about 98, 99. Seattle, and this is no Griffey, no A-Rod, no Randy Johnson. They had all moved on, but led by Brett Boone, Edgar Martinez, who's now their hitting coach, John Olerud, Mike Cameron,
Ichiro,
of course, and MVP. Forgive me, in his first year, won Rookie of the Year and MVP. Jamie Moyer, 120. Outstanding team, won 116 games that year. Last time Seattle went to the playoffs. from Venezuela signed as a 16-year-old by the Seattle Mariners back in 2002. Received a signing bonus of $710,000. Pretty good value. A little bit more money today, but still great value for the Mariners. Twice Hernandez, by the way, has signed extensions to stay in Seattle. He could have played it out, become a free agent, and moved on, but he has continued to play for the Mariners. Obviously, he's well compensated now. Once he got through the first few years in the majors, and he's been one of the best. However you want to slice the numbers, he comes out as one of the best since he showed up in the majors back in 2005.
Chatting with him yesterday, I asked him, what do you remember most about being 19 coming up in the majors? And he smiled so big and said 98, referring to his miles per hour. And I just think about his own evolution. You see it a lot when you see that velocity dip down and guys figure out how to pitch. But he's like, all I had to do was just throw. I was a flamethrower, just blew it by guys, didn't have to think. And now how much he's evolved. And even tonight, watching him with his changeup, his curveball, commanding a lot of his pitches until this walk.
Well, let's take a look at some of his strikeouts on the night. When he got in trouble in that first inning, he locates a perfect sinking fastball down the way. Then a perfectly located fastball to Zobrist. And then that changeup. The bottom falls out, a friendly call away. Oh, you want to go to a different quadrant? Let me attack you up. But then always coming back to that changeup where the bottom just falls out. One of the great weapons in the sport. And what got off to a rocky start for Hernandez has turned into a really strong night for him. Just the question now, how deep can he get into this game?
Miguel Montero will bat in the pitcher spot for Edwards. Edwards, 2 innings, faced 6 batters, struck out 5 of them. And can the Cubs do anything against Hernandez to get it back into this game?
Edwards was outstanding.
Yeah,
that's the top of the order. The one guy that did put it in play was just a weak rollover by Seager to first base. So Edwards certainly did his job tonight. And there is the longtime outstanding closer back in the big leagues, and Joe Nathan getting ready to enter this game.
The Cubs carry 3 catchers, so they can afford to have one of them used as a pinch hitter in this kind of a situation, or any situation really. Wilson Contreras, Miguel Montero, and David Ross, who is the personal catcher for John Lester. Grandpa, as he's known in the clubhouse. Playing in his last year. Ground ball down to first. And a wide throw by Lee, so they can only get one, as O'Malley does a nice job to get his toe back to the bag.
Well, Lee, who's done a pretty good job at first base for the Mariners this year. Sometimes when you jump around like that, you don't get in perfect line, and that lends itself to throwing the ball off line. But a good job by O'Malley of knowing he had a little time. Watch this, how he gets just a little too rotational, and that front foot is more facing towards the pitcher's mound. Much more difficult to be accurate with your throw. And perhaps a double play opportunity with a slow running Montero, unable to turn it.
Here's Dexter Fowler. He has walked and reached on an error. How different would things be for the Cubs if Fowler had not come back to Chicago? Remember, he was right on the verge, it sounded like, of signing a 3-year deal with Baltimore. And then at the last minute changed his mind and signed a 1-year deal with the Cubs. So he's obviously their leadoff hitter when he's in there. Missed some time with an injury, but he's their leadoff hitter. Had he not come back, sounds like maybe Hayward would have played in center field. Soler, who's on the DL now, but he would have gotten a lot more playing time in a corner spot. Who knows? Chris Bryant might have been out on the outfield more than he already has been.
Fowler gets a ton of credit for kick-starting the offense that we saw for the Cubs early on. I mean, he was a huge part of that. You could not get him out. And yes, there's a whole lineup of guys who were challenging and did a lot of things right, but I think a big part of that was Dexter Fowler early.
And one of the things that doesn't get talked about enough for the Cubs is how great their defense has been this year. And by Fowler coming back, having a real center fielder there, now Hayward can go play his normal great right field. So you just add depth to the overall defense.
Base hit into right field. Up to second goes Montero. Bid now to get your very own 2016 MLB Home Run Derby David Ortiz autographed jersey. Net proceeds are donated to the Baseball Assistance Team, whose primary goal is to help members of the baseball family in need. Don't miss your chance to win this jersey. Go to MLB.com/bat today. The Cubs are on a streak they don't want to be on right now. Going back to yesterday, the last 7 times they've come to the plate with a runner in scoring position, they have struck out. As Bryant hits it hard with foul.
And now you're in a position with your big boppers coming up, and Felix in trouble again with his pitch count rising now at 84. So, you know, at best it's probably another maybe the 6th inning. But if you can get one big hit here, you change what's been kind of a ho-hum, looking like Seattle cruising to victory. This explosive Cub offense with their power can climb back into it and maybe get Hernandez out in the middle innings and a chance to jump on some of the underbelly of the Mariners bullpen.
Scott Service, the manager, looking on. 85 pitches for Hernandez with 1 out here in the 5th inning. Having to deal with the heart of the order right now. Bryant is up. Rizzo's on deck. Both of them legitimate MVP candidates in the National League.
Great adjustment there by Hernandez. He went back to the changeup, but one thing Bryant's done all night is he's done a really nice job of laying off the pitches down and out of the strike zone and that changeup. So what does Hernandez do on a 2-1 count? Instead of just giving in with the fastball, and instead of throwing his changeup where he normally throws it at the bottom and breaks it down and out, he starts it a little bit higher and breaks it to the bottom of the strike zone.
No!
And that's a great take by Bryant. You saw him want to sell out. He wanted to go for this pitch, but watch him hold up just enough. And he did it 2 pitches ago, as you referenced, Booney, on a changeup. Here against a curveball.
That's why I think if he goes fastball at the bottom of the strike zone, I think Bryant's discipline might tell him to lay off it, because he may see it as that's the chase zone. But if he can keep it on the same plane and ride the bottom of the zone, maybe he gets a take.
Took it low, and the bases are loaded. Fourth walk surrendered tonight by Hernandez, and Anthony Rizzo is coming up. Time now for Bringing It Home, brought to you by Quicken Loans. And Anthony Rizzo's been bringing runners home about as well as anybody. 79 RBIs already on the season, and leads the majors with 14 game-winning RBIs so far this year. A strikeout and a flyout tonight. He can change the tenor of this game with one swing of the bat. Standing, trying to get the best look they can right now here at Wrigley as Rizzo bats, and he takes ball 1.
You know that Felix is going to try to come back inside. That's where they did earlier to set up the strikeout in Rizzo's first at bat. Rizzo, where he's at on the plate, does not give a lot of room for that location on the plate.
Change up, swing and a miss, 1-2.
3 change-ups in a row now to Rizzo. And I think, to your point, Jess, he's planted that seed that he's willing to come in. So Rizzo's at least aware of that. but he knows when he throws that real good changeup where the bottom falls off, that's not a pitch that he can do much. So again, it becomes to just trying to get him to elevate.
And a fastball on the inner half freezes him for strike 3.
And that was the pitch. He set it up so perfectly with those 3 changeups away. And even though Rizzo was aware of the fact that he could come back inside, he painted that inside pitch, and it was all about him locating early on in this at-bat to be able to find that changeup, locate it off of where Rizzo was looking fastball away. Gets that changeup, but watch the location. Be able to come in right, which is black, to where Rizzo is on that plate. If he gets it any more inside, he could hit him. Such a nice sequence from Felix Hernandez.
So many pitchers don't even try to throw the ball inside to Rizzo there because he's so close to the plate. Great execution by Hernandez for his 7th strikeout of the night. Trying to strand the bases loaded here in the 5th inning. The batter is Ben Zobrist, 1 for 2.
And here's the problem right now. The only problem for Zobrist, who he got a hit off, but he's struggled in his career against Felix Hernandez, is it's hard to completely sell out fastball here 2-0 because you know he's just as comfortable flipping a breaking ball in there or throwing that changeup for a strike.
Threw the change, but he missed. And now he's backed himself into a corner here at 3-0. And he walked in a run. Cubs on the board now, trailing 6-1. "97 pitches through 4 2/3, and they're starting to get loose in the bullpen."
Put that number into context, guys. Most starts this year, he's gone like 99 to 106 pitches. He's gone over 110 pitches only 1 time.
His 3rd start since coming off the DL. Missed 7 weeks with a calf injury. Has not been very hittable tonight, but he has certainly lacked typical Felix Hernandez command. As you can see, 5 walks in 4 2/3.
It's been weird though. You say he lacks the command, and it's certainly the case. Got 5 walks now, and that has been the case, but for a lot of batters, it's been pinpoint, and he's done exactly what he's wanted, especially in some big spots, and that's why he still has a chance, while he's not going to get deep in this game, to have a very effective outing.
Walked 2 to start the game, then had pinpoint command until the end of the 4th inning, and then it just abandoned him again here in the 5th. Addison Russell could make this one a lot closer. Bases loaded, 2 down, and a run in.
Well, and this is one of those areas where Addison Russell has thrived this season. Again, hitting 5th tonight, hitting just .240 on the year, but over 60 RBIs on the season. Here's a look at that grand slam from this past week, showing that real good power and a little fist pump from the young star shortstop. Wanted to try and cut in that lead now.
It hit him, and another run will come home.
Well, if nothing else now for the Cubs, you've almost assured yourself that King Felix is going to be out of this game through 5 innings. And a game that's looked like it was over early, 6-0. You've started to chip away at that lead. Maybe you're 1 hit away from getting right back in this game. But now you're going to at least face the middle relief of Seattle with a chance to climb in this game, even if you don't deliver a big hit here.
We are told that is the first time in Hernandez's career that he has hit a batter to force in a run. He's hit 2 tonight. He's walked 5. And all of a sudden, Hayward's the tying run. 6-2, bases loaded. Nobody throwing in the Mariners' pen. Foul ball. They're on high alert, but nobody's up yet. Pitchers throw Hayward more fastballs than any other hitter in the game. Struggling this year with a .229 average, and Hernandez strikes him out. Hayward slams down the bat of the helmet in frustration as the inning is over. Maybe the end of the line for the Kings. 6-2 Seattle at the end of 5. Tomorrow, trade deadline special tomorrow. BBTN trade deadline special, 1:30 to 4:30 Eastern time, right here on ESPN. For more, who else? Buster Olney.
There's about 18 more hours until the trade deadline. The teams in most need of a deal, the Los Angeles Dodgers, are looking for starting pitching, corner outfield help. The Texas Rangers, because of injuries to pitchers like Derek Holland, they're out in the market, perhaps also looking at Jonathan Lucroy. And how about the Toronto Blue Jays, looking to add a starting pitcher, in part because Aaron Sanchez, the terrific right-hander, is bumping up against the innings limits. Could be that the Blue Jays are going to add a starter and then move Sanchez into the bullpen, Dan.
Aaron Sanchez, 7 innings today, gave up 2 runs, a game the Blue Jays lost to the Orioles in extra innings. He leads the American League in ERA. If we were to have an American League Cy Young Award conversation, he would be in the conversation, maybe not the front runner, but in the conversation. Yet, because he is so young and the ceiling is so high, they're worried about how many innings he's thrown. This has become fairly commonplace, of course, in recent years. He was a reliever for a lot of last year, also was on the DL. He's already thrown more innings now than he's ever thrown in a professional season. Will they move him to the bullpen? This is the first, second, third, and fourth conversation about the Blue Jays every day in Toronto. And as Buster says, if they move him to the bullpen, you got to believe that they're going to try to get a starter by tomorrow. It's 20, 30 years ago, we never thought about this kind of thing. But in this era, the Strasburgs and the Harveys and the Sanchez's, this is now an annual occurrence.
He's absolutely in the Cy Young question or running. I think the thing that softens it a little bit maybe for the Blue Jays and makes it, as you're chasing another playoff berth and another division title, is how good he can be at the back end of a bullpen too. So you're not entirely losing him.
They just picked up Joaquin Benoit from Seattle a couple of days ago. They've also picked up Jason Grilli, so they've kind of buffed up the bullpen that way. But there are certain teams you knew Baltimore was going to get a starter, had to go get a starter. They got Wade Miley today. You got to believe the Dodgers are going to do something. Blue Jays maybe. Texas, you got to believe with the injuries they've had, as Buster said, that they're going to get a starter.
I'd be shocked if Boston doesn't make a huge move between now and tomorrow.
4 p.m. Eastern time, trade deadline.
You're talking about the Dodgers. They have been talking to so many different teams about so many different things. Corner outfielder, they've had conversations with the Reds about Jay Bruce, and the Oakland Athletics about Josh Reddick, who generally speaking is perceived to be the best available outfielder right now.
2-2 the count on Dae-Ho Lee. What about Tampa Bay, Buster? Not necessarily Archer, but also Moore and Odorizzi. Any of those guys going to go anywhere, you think?
Well, and they have heard so much from teams about all their starting pitching. So many of them actually have great team-friendly contracts. There's some conversation that maybe the Cubs, because they need to have controllable pitchers for those years after John Lackey leaves, after Jake Arrieta perhaps leaves, that they could pluck one of the Tampa Bay Rays pitchers sometime between now and 4 o'clock tomorrow.
They got 5 pretty good starters right now.
Really good starters.
But strong, always try to get stronger. I wonder if St. Louis will make another move in the bullpen. They picked up Zach Duke. Will they go after maybe a right-handed reliever towards the back end of that bullpen? Sung-Hwan Oh is the closer right now. Tricky play because of the bullpen situation down the line here, and Anthony Rizzo's obviously very familiar with it, but that's an awfully tough play.
Well, I think he thought it was further than it was, and he really just got on his horse thinking, I'm going to need to make a great over-the-shoulder catch. Well, he ends up overrunning it and just kind of losing track of where he is, where the ball is. And it falls foul. Where did that thing go? Oh, man.
So a full count on Lee, who's walked and homered, and takes ball 4. Will the trades made now pay off in October? Join MLB Network for all the news, deals, and a buzz. The 2016 MLB trade deadline coverage continues down to the wire through Monday on MLB Network. The San Francisco Giants are a very interesting team, and what they may do, they've gotten Hunter Pence back. He's played the last couple of days, but might they still look for another outfielder? Will they look for somebody in the bullpen?
Bullpen, Dan. They have been all over the bullpen market, and they are like the people or person left standing in a game of musical chairs. Closers have come off the board. They didn't get one.
Right. Maybe don't have quite the system, don't have quite the prospects.
Especially with some of the other teams we're talking about, the Texas and Dodgers and the Cubs, and all these teams have had some pretty good depth from which to make trades. That's not necessarily the case with the Giants.
Mike Zunino is the batter. Meanwhile, the guy on the mound for the Cubs wasn't a trade acquisition, a guy they signed. They waited for him to get healthy. And here's Joe Nathan, 41 years of age, 377 career saves for a guy who's been with the Giants, the Twins, the Rangers, last year the Tigers, or 2 years ago the Tigers rather. As this ball's lined into left field, that's a base hit for Zunino. Coming around to third on the play is Lee. Throw into second, and in there standing up is Zunino. The throw gets away, but not far enough for Lee to risk it. So second and third with nobody out.
Well, this is one of the good stories here for the Cubs of late. Joe Nathan, as you've highlighted, such a great career as a major league closer, and at 41 years of age, having another injury, but you think he likes to pitch, you think he likes to compete. He's made plenty of money in his career, has received plenty of accolades and great personal accomplishments, played on so many great teams, especially with think of the Minnesota Twins, where he was a great closer for them, but still fighting his way back to the big leagues.
And Nathan frustrated with his inability to get outs as Joe Maddon's come out and he's made the move. He wants the left-hander Travis Wood after Seth Smith had been announced as the pinch hitter. Baseball feature a local Little League program as part of our Sunday night coverage. Tonight we welcome Archer Manor Little League. They play in the heart of Chicago's southwest side, and they've been a proud member of the Little League community since 1952. 2 Little League state championships at the junior division level. Welcome. New pitcher Travis Wood, and the batter is Seth Smith. So a lefty on lefty matchup is what Joe Maddon was looking for here.
Well, Wood, who's been such a valuable member of now the bullpen, was a starter for the Cubs when he first got here, his first couple of seasons, but serves many roles for Joe Maddon. Gets lefties out, but also the ability to get righties. Fastball, cut fastball, slider. Seth Smith, who one of those platoon players we talk about, 0 for 6 in his career against Wood, hitting under 200 against lefties, but does wear out right-handed pitching. One of those guys that provided a lot of power in a platoon situation for the Mariners this season.
Now, whenever I talk to you about Seth Smith, there's a handful of guys around baseball, and you always describe them as a
professional hitter.
A professional hitter. It's one of your favorite phrases. It's one of your favorite arable phrases. What do you mean when you describe Seth Smith as a professional hitter?
I just think someone that you know exactly what you're going to get. He's been rock solid. Platoon player, yes, so he's not been a guy that's been able to play every day or really handle left-handed pitching. But year in and year out, you know a guy that's going to provide some power, give you quality at bats against right-handed pitching, and provide 1/2 or 2/3 as a left-handed hitter of what is usually an outstanding platoon and an absolute asset for a club.
2-2 the count. Second and third, nobody out. Got a piece. Who else is in your this club of professional hitters?
Oh, I don't know. You like it more than
I do like it. Well, I know a guy you always used to describe as a professional hitter, and he's a different kind of hitter than Seth Smith, but you always had Matt Stairs in the he's a professional hitter.
Well, that's because I say it professional.
Are you calling him out right now? Are you just totally calling him out?
No, I like this. We've had this conversation many times.
Matt Stairs is he was famously called professional hitter.
Right.
Matt Stairs.
Is that how he talks too?
That's how he talks.
That's how
I'm just trying to get this
professional hitter.
Kendrys Morales, right?
Sure.
You liked him as a professional.
Student. He's a student of the game.
Were you a professional hitter? No.
It was a quick no.
Right.
By definition only.
You know what? I think I've gotten about as much. I've exhausted this topic. I'm completely satisfied now.
Yeah.
Corey Seager's a professional hitter, guys.
Look at any time that we can mention the Seager only family now, that's gonna.
And by Seager only family, you mean only Seager family? 2-2 the count on Smith. Scott Servais talking to us before the game about the identity of the team and wanted to get back to his players controlling the strike zone. And Seth Smith is that kind of guy.
Yeah, and Scott Servais was talking about, every team tends to have an identity, especially some of the really good teams. And he just really has made it a point. We are going to control the strike zone, understand the strike zone. And that he put that is it doesn't mean we're going to necessarily draw a lot of walks or every player is going to be a guy that walks, but understand that we're trying to work to a good hitters count. And he feels like the more good hitters counts you can get in, and you do that by grinding, by understanding the strike zone, the more opportunities at impact at bats and or power at bats, which with this team has absolutely rung true with all their home runs they've hit this year as a team.
He's worked the count full against Wood. And draws the walk to load the bases. So Nathan gives up a walk and a double. Wood walks his first batter. And now the bases are loaded with nobody out for leadoff man Sean O'Malley, who's 1 for 3. Again, Ketel Marte, the regular shortstop for the Mariners, on the DL with a mononucleosis. They hope to have him back in about a week's time. Although there's always an element of uncertainty around mono and how quickly you come back from the symptoms
and how weak it makes you. I think he's already lost 8 pounds, and that's the biggest thing is you might be back able to swing a bat and play, but you're also weaker than you were prior to it. And it's a disease that never leaves you. It stays with you your whole life. So it's something that you don't just brush off. It's gone, move on.
O'Malley, originally a 5th round pick of the Tampa Bay Rays in 2006. And as we mentioned, did not make his major league debut until 2014 when he debuted as a member of the Angels. Got 42 at bats with the Mariners last year and now up in the big leagues again with them this year. From Richland, Washington.
You saw Wood get a little bit frustrated by losing Seth Smith there. He felt like it was a good matchup for him. He got ahead in the count, ultimately losing him. But a good job in this at bat of getting ahead with a first pitch curveball, a pitch he doesn't use a lot, but knowing, hey, O'Malley may be taking a pitch, or if he is aggressive, it's going to be on something fast. He steals a strike and goes cutter, and they're perfectly executed as he starts that pitch on the inside part of the plate and just keeps boring it in, down and in, and O'Malley swings over the top, and a big strikeout pitch for Wood as he tries to minimize damage and keep the Cubs in this game with now King Felix out of this game. They've chipped away at that lead. But you really got to make a couple big pitches here to not allow Seattle to run up that score again here.
Leonis Martin, the batter. A sacrifice, a base hit, and a strikeout tonight. The former Texas Ranger, the Mariners center fielder. Another guy hitting for power. 13 home runs on the season. That's a career high for Martin. Blocked by Contreras. Not too many teams carrying 3 catchers, but in part it's the versatility of guys like Baez, who we haven't mentioned tonight, Javier Baez, Chris Bryant, Ben Zobrist. Because you got so many versatile guys, you don't need as much of
Wilson,
a bench.
Contreras,
right, can play left field as well. So
played a little first base this weekend.
Yeah.
And what a luxury, and ultimately what a strength for the Chicago Cubs, because they can legitimately play so many guys at different spots defensively and guys that can handle it. Just so many moving parts, and it allows Joe Maddon and the Cubs to, on a nightly basis, really exploit different matchups. Because they have so many moving parts, they can match up maybe what lines up best defensively behind one of their pitchers, or maybe a matchup that they like from one of their hitters against the opposing pitcher.
do you think in October or by October it's in their best interest to settle on this guy's my second baseman, this guy's my left fielder, or is this an advantage they can roll right through the playoffs with?
Well, to Booney's point too, I think part of why they like that flexibility is the fact that guys are going to go through slumps and be able to kind of ride those waves by moving around. So Ben Zobrist, who was everyday second base, looked like early in the season as he struggled a few weeks ago, they were able to put in Javier Baez and move guys around. But I do think it's nice to have a position that you know when you head into playoffs that you're comfortable with.
Strike three call. Back-to-back strikeouts for Wood.
I still think when it comes to October, I still think because of the depth and because of the versatility on this Cubs roster that you're playing matchups and you're playing hot hands. And I think enough guys on this team have demonstrated the ability to play at a high level that that's what it'll come down to come October.
Bases remain loaded, 2 outs now, and the batter is Robinson Cano, who has sandwiched a home run between a couple of strikeouts tonight. The home run is 23rd of the season. As you can see, he's got 10 career grand slams. Third year with Seattle, third year of a 10-year contract, but now by the age of 33, looking every bit as good as he did in his prime years with the New York Yankees.
He's so smooth. I mean, you even just watch that last take. I mean, the way that he's able to just sit and even his home run tonight, it was like the last second he decides, all right, I'm going to swing. And there's such a smooth quietness to Robinson Cano. Like, even though he's explosive and strong, a lot of times you see a guy's max effort swing. They're doing everything with their lower half, their body to get into a swing. Robinson Cano, it's such a quietness about him, but yet a strength. I mean, he is so strong. But it doesn't even look like he's trying half the time.
Fouls it off to the left, 1-2. He's played in more games than anybody in baseball the last 10 years. On their feet at Wrigley, trying to help Travis Wood get out of what was a bases loaded, nobody out mess. He struck out O'Malley. He struck out Martin. 1-2 on Cano. Popped him up, shallow left, Russell there. Wood gets out of it. The Mariners leave him loaded. Cubs coming up down 6-2. Jess Mendoza talks hitting with Chris Bryant when we come back. They're having some fun tonight here in Chicago. The Cubs coming up at the bottom of the 6th, trailing 6-2. Before the game today, Jess Mendoza went one-on-one with Chris Bryant.
Chris, your dad Mike was your hitting coach from a young age. He was highly influenced by Ted Williams, both as a player and as a coach. What are probably the biggest takeaways from what your dad has taught you?
Yeah, well, for me, the biggest thing was hit the ball in the air, and he kind of taught me that ever since I can remember. It was always hit the ball in the air. One of our things, I wanted to hit a home run when I was super young. I hit it, my first one when I was 8, and you know, too often back then, Little League, it was always hit the ball on the ground. They're not going to make the play because, you know, when you're younger, your skills aren't where they're going to be when you're older. So all the coaches, you get on first base, and that's kind of just what they wanted you to do. But for me, I've always wanted to hit the ball in the air, and I think that's kind of something that got me to where I am today.
Take me through your BP, like you're on the tee, you got like pregame, and something that you might think about, like, all right, I'm trying to hit the ball in the air, like what would your setup be like to kind of get your swing down?
Well, for me, it's, for me to hit the ball in the air, I try to, you want to be in the zone as long as possible, so get your bat in the zone back here because, you know, I think that helps you hit pitchers that are throwing 100 and being able to stay on that off-speed pitch that's 82 because you could hit that. Just try to stay in the zone as long as possible. You know, so for me, when I'm on the mound, the pitcher, he's throwing on a downhill angle. So in order to square that up and hit in the air, you kind of have to have a little bit of an uppercut.
Yeah.
So for me, it's look at the bottom part of the ball, swing up a little bit to hit the ball in the air because, you know, just playing with the angles and, you know, 6'5" pitcher is going to have an even more of an angle coming down. If he's throwing a 12-6 curveball, it's going to be even more. So you have to swing up to hit that ball flush.
And kudos to Mike Bryant for kind of going a little bit against the grain of what young hitters, and we talk about 8 years old trying to hit under the ball. And he's a 16 player with more than 25 home runs in each of his first 2 seasons. But that's something that you think about his build and his body, and what a lot of hitters naturally do anyway is get under the ball. They're just taught at a young age, and they think I'm hitting the top half or I'm hitting a line drive that's leading to a home run. But going against the grain at a young age, and it's paid off.
I love it. Against the grain, but it's squashing a false narrative that you somehow want to get on top of the ball and hit the ball on the ground. It is nonsense.
Well, whatever he's doing it well.
He is. I had a great hitting coach when I was with the Reds, Tom Robson, who would show me, for the first time, showed me information that when you hit the ball on the ground, you're an out. He'd show me in Ichiro's great seasons. Yeah, he's a 270 hitter when he hits it on the ground. When he hits it in the air, he's a 404. You know, those kind of numbers that are so skewed for everyone. And now a big measurement for organizations, front office in evaluating players, especially players as they get older. Sometimes when they start to see those skills go, it'll manifest itself in his ground balls are starting to rise. He's having a hard time getting the ball in the air.
And because of that, you are going to strike out more, and we've seen the game evolve to where that's okay as long as the home runs are there. And I liked what he said about getting his barrel back in the zone early too, because that's something we're seeing so much more as hitters like a Chris Bryant able to adjust the 82, not just to the 100. But that variance is more every day now, not just with starting pitchers, but with relief pitchers and with closers. And his swing, it's not just about getting under it, but it's about getting that bat path early enough to where he's able to create the leverage. And that's where you see him there, not just getting under it. He doesn't dip just down in the zone and get steep to it, but he's in below the ball for a long time, able to adjust to a variety of pitches.
Chris Coughlin, the batter, the count 1-2. Wilson Contreras grounded out for the first out of the inning. New pitcher for the Mariners is right-hander Drew Storen, just picked up in the last week or so in a deal with Toronto. Joaquin Benoit going the other way. The Blue Jays had designated Storen for assignment and then traded him for Benoit. The Blue Jays sending some money Seattle's way to even it up a little bit.
This is an interesting pickup, Dan. I mean, this time last year, Drew Storen was one of the best closers in the National League. And then remember the trade for Jonathan Papelbon. Storen lost his closer job, not by default, but just by the Nationals trying to bolster their pen. He really melted down and struggled in that role. Went to Toronto. It got away from him this year. I think the Mariners just hoping maybe a change of scenery, maybe getting their guys with them that can kind of refine that form that made him a premier back end of the bullpen pitcher.
He went into spring training this year, and the Blue Jays said it's between Storen and Roberto Osuna for the closer's job. It was not Osuna's job going into the spring. Both had good springs, but Osuna got the job. Storen was supposed to be the setup man. So kind of different circumstances, but the same result. He wasn't the closer, and for the most part in Toronto never got on track. The velocity's down a couple of miles per hour, but he was hit often and hard in Toronto. So the Mariners hoping a change of scenery might help him as Coghlan grounds out 2 down. Follow live baseball with the MLB.com at Bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. Travis Wood's going to hit. 2 outs, bases empty. They're down 4, but there are only 3 more men on the bench, and Wood is one of the best hitting pitchers in baseball.
I don't know if he can Madison Bumgarner pinch hit. Saw today with the Giants come in.
9 bombs, 278 at bats. Pretty impressive right there.
You see Wood come off the bench as a pinch hitter. I don't know. might see more pitchers do that though. Bruce Bochy setting a standard over there in San Francisco. Buster was getting the pitchers going with the home run derby.
And the commissioner sort of semi-endorsed it.
Fly ball left field, and Gutierrez circles around it to make the catch and end the inning. 3 up, 3 down go the Cubs. End of 6. Mariners lead 6-2. ESPN presented by Taco Bell. Mariners lead the Cubs 6-2 going to the top of the 7th. And here's something you don't see every day. Travis Wood is still in the game, but he's in left field. He played a little bit in left field in an extra inning game earlier this year. He's out in left field now. Coghlan's out of the game. Pedro Strop is on the mound. Joe Madden, who's always an outside the box kind of guy, with Kyle Seager due up second. So Strop's going to face Cruz, then I don't know, maybe Wood comes back in from left field, back on the mound, and faces Seager.
Well, we talk about the versatility of the position players and all the different athleticism and positions they can play. Well, it spills over into their pitching staff too, as Travis Wood can not only hit, but apparently can play the outfield.
Well, we're going to see.
And a fly ball to right field off the bat of Cruz. Well, Wood's not coming in.
Well, Pedro Strop has been a very valuable member of the back end of the bullpen, and with the addition of Aroldis Chapman, now that bumps Hector Rondon to more of an 8th inning role, and Pedro Strop, who was more of that 8th inning, 7th inning guy, more of that 6th, 7th inning, but just adding to the depth of what is now a pretty strong bullpen for the Cubs.
So why is Matt Caesar not in left field? Is he just saving all of his bench players for what he hopes are RBI opportunities in the next 3 innings?
Absolutely. You got Caesar and Baez and your backup catcher now with Ross. So
how excited is Travis Wood to be out in left field? I mean, he's popping his glove. He's like yelling stuff.
As Aaron mentioned, Ross, Baez, Caesar still on the bench. There's the ball ripped into center field. A base hit for Seager.
All that power shagging that pitchers do
BP
each and every day.
It's preparing you.
Pays off if you're a Cubby. Joe Madden's always watching. Travis Wood can run down a fly ball.
So Hamels pinch hit.
Yeah.
Wood has hit for himself, which you don't see a reliever do that often. Then he's moved to left field. Today, Bumgarner pinch hit for Kane, I believe it was, and then Samardzija ran for Bumgarner.
Yeah.
Safe to say, I think
pitchers
the
are
starting
out.
rotation is for the Cubs has their spikes on.
I don't know if Wood's going to have a play on this one. It is caught. He races back to the ivy and made the catch.
Wow. He tried to not smile there for a second.
I thought I was looking down at Joe Madden and it looked like he was real stoic, like I knew that was going to happen. Finally he breaks the smile. This is awesome.
He gets a good jump on it, but this looked like it was either out or off the ivy. This is not an easy play for anyone, even a regular left fielder, to make, knowing where he's at on the field, up against the ivy, makes the catch.
And that's a brick wall behind that ivy. Might leave a mark.
And that's a pitcher.
Look at this standing ovation he's getting, not just from his teammates, from everybody here. I don't know what else is in contention for web gems today, but we know what number 1 is.
Bowing down.
That was something. You know that phrase that they've been saying about baseball for over 100 years? You know, you never know what you're going to see when you come to the ballpark.
That's right.
Boy, is he going to get some slaps on the back and some high fives when he gets back into the dugout.
Joe Madden. Just the confidence he has, every single one of his players.
Might have been a little frightened too, with the pitcher going back to the wall.
Well, throw Wood into that left field mix, you know, for the rest of the season. Add to the versatility.
That's right. Arrieta, get your shin guards on.
Lee has walked twice and homered. You definitely feel on the Cub team, though, that there's a buy-in, even when they're asked to do something that is not typical. And that's just one of the ways in which Joe Madden is so good at convincing everybody to get on board with whatever needs to be done.
Well, I think that's where you get the Matt Caesars and the Javi Baez's. They're on the bench, and normally you got a pitcher starting in a position. You could be coming into the game, but there is a buy-in and a support, and they're the first guys up, yelling, congratulating, excited. A lot of times you get egos involved. You get the, why am I not in? Why is a pitcher getting an opportunity over me?
strike 3 call to end the inning. This is one you'll be seeing for a while. Travis Wood, the pitcher in left field, racing back, crashing into the ivy and the brick wall behind it to make a terrific catch. Quite a moment here at Wrigley. Three home runs for the Mariners tonight, and one of the more unusual outfield catches that you will see this year, with Travis Wood, the pitcher, making a great catch, crashing into the brick wall. On the scoreboard, it remains 6-2 Mariners as the Cubs come up here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Top of the order, Fowler, Bryant, and Rizzo facing Tom Wilhelmsen, who was with Seattle, was traded to Texas in November. Leonis Martin coming to the Mariners. Did not have a good go of it in Texas, declined an outright assignment, and was granted free agency in June, and 6 days later re-signed with Seattle.
Well, like Drew Storen, this is a guy that's been a closer in his past, a closer for this Seattle Mariner team. So the Mariners hoping a change of scenery and hoping to get him comfortable. And with Storen and possibly Wilhelmsen, they feel like maybe 2 reclamation projects to a degree that, if they can help them regain their form, really give them some interesting pieces and elements to eventually move into the back half of the bullpen.
2-2 to Fowler. Off the glove of Zunino, a little bit low. It's a full count. Ball 4 outside. Let's go down to Buster.
Hey guys, when Travis Wood came back in from the outfield, he's getting high fives from all of his teammates, and they're all excited for him after this amazing catch going against the wall. Now, one of the players who greeted him at the top of the dugout was David Ross, and what he said to him in that moment was, "Hey, hit the cutoff man." And Wood had a quick 2-word retort that we cannot repeat here.
Grandpa Ross.
Here's Bryant. Bryant, who's hit 1 home run in his last 21 games, does have 26 on the season, tied for second in the National League. Had a ring play today. And you got to put him in the MVP conversation. We mentioned Anthony Rizzo's got to be in there. I think Daniel Murphy, the year he's having in Washington. But Bryant's production, his defensive versatility, playing multiple positions. Trying to become one of the few guys to win a Rookie of the Year one year and MVP the next year. Twice it's been done by guys who have won both in their rookie year. You mentioned one of them, Ichiro, doing it for the Mariners in 2001. Fred Lynn did it for the Boston Red Sox in '75. Up and away.
I'd like to wish that guy happy birthday.
I think he's 10.
Two and two. $40,952 in attendance here at Wrigley tonight. Cubs staying home to open up a series with the Miami Marlins tomorrow night. Marlins coming off a win over St. Louis today. And Andrew Kashner's Marlins debut. Pitched well, was not involved in the decision. Full count now on Bryant. Anthony Rizzo waiting on deck. A lot of room on the right side with Cano playing up the middle and the runner being held on at first. Runner is going. 3-2. Swung on and missed. Throw down. Safe as Cano tried to swipe him on the way by but couldn't do it. Credit Fowler with a stolen base.
Yeah, good job by Fowler here. Obviously running on 3-2 to try and stay out of the double play and trusting that maybe Bryant can put it in play. Wilhelmsen a little slow to the plate. Fowler doesn't just take it for granted that he's going to put it in play, make sure he gets a decent jump, and almost a great play there by Cano of catching him on the back. Little swipe tag came real close to making a nice play, but
so Fowler with his 7th stolen base of the season, a runner at second with a 1 out for Rizzo. 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts tonight. All of that against Felix Hernandez, who went 5 innings, gave up just 2 hits, 2 runs, walked 5, struck out 8. Cubs have already left 7 men on tonight.
And that's the part of the plate we've seen Seattle be able to get in on first with Felix. You got a strikeout, and look at the home runs that Rizzo has this season, the location of those pitches. When you look at where Anthony Rizzo gets in the batter's box, those pitches are more almost middle in for him because he's so close to the plate. A lot of pitchers have a tough time of getting into that inner half and not hitting them. Over 40 hit by pitches this season.
Two and one the count on Rizzo.
What he does ultimately by getting on the plate is he puts a lot of pressure on that pitcher to make a perfect pitch. And in a way, he's saying, all right, if you can dot 3 pitches on the inside corner or real close to the corner, you're probably going to beat me and I'm going to tip my cap. But I trust that you can't do it consistently, and eventually you're going to make a mistake, which turns into a power location when you get on the middle.
High and deep, right center field. Martin has room on the warning track to make the catch. 2 down as Fowler tags and it comes to third.
Well, he got that mistake. They wanted to go in there, Jess, and he left it on the plate. Rizzo gets it, I think, just a little bit off the end of the bat. You see Zunino set up in, and that ball just kind of drifts. Wilhelmsen thinks he got it right away, but that it's a changeup. There's good tail on it. I think just enough off the end of the bat, or maybe his contact point was just a little bit too far out in front. See him a little, the off speed affected him a little bit to not quite get that click. It allows that ball to stay in the ballpark in deep center field.
So the Cubs now 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position tonight. 6 strikeouts. That fly ball by Rizzo, the first time they've even made contact with a runner in scoring position in this game tonight. Now there was a bases loaded walk. There was a bases loaded hit by pitch. But in terms of official at bats, 0 for 7 tonight. The batter, Ben Zobrist. At the knees, 2-1. Pop back out of play, 2-2. Activity in the Mariners' pen. Left-hander Vidal Nuno and the right-hander Edwin Diaz, who has been sensational in a setup role for Seattle this year. 98 to 100 miles an hour. Three-two. And Zobrist fights it off.
Scott Service talked to us about controlling the strike zone for his Mariners team and him wanting them to be known more for that. And if you think about the poster child, one of them for controlling the strike zone for the Cubs, it's Ben Zobrist, and he's doing it right here in this at bat.
And he lines one into right center, a base hit. It's going to get past Martin and all the way to the wall. Zobrist on his way to third, and in there with an RBI triple.
Ben Zobrist works this count. He's looking for a fastball that he can get up in the zone. He had fouled off pitches prior to, took enough to get this full count, and Martin, it's the route that he takes to get to this ball. He tries to cut it off and instead doesn't understand the velocity that this ball has in the gap. Instead of taking a deeper route, he goes straight to it. That's why it gets by him. Allows Zobrist to get all the way around to third for the triple.
And the Cubs creep a little bit closer now, 6-3. The batter is Addison Russell. 0 for 2 and hit by a pitch with the bases loaded last time up. And here's Scott Service on his way out to the mound. And he wants Diaz. Diaz and Russell in an ever tightening game when we come back to Wrigley. area surrounding Wrigley Field where they know how to have fun. Here on the north side of Chicago, built right into this residential neighborhood. Ballpark over a century old. It's jumping tonight. Cubs are getting closer. They're down 6-3 right now. Ben Zobrist just tripled in a run. He's at third with 2 down. Addison Russell the batter, and here's Edwin Diaz. Rookie, made his major league debut back in early June. At one point was a starter. They have converted him to a reliever, and he has had outstanding results in what has grown into a setup role for Seattle. A lot of velocity for this young man. Of his last 48 outs, guys, 35 of them have been strikeouts.
Whew.
And it's quickly 0-2.
Overall, 46 strikeouts, just 7 walks in 23 innings.
And he makes quick work of Russell. Inning over. Cubs get a run, but that's it. 6-3 Seattle. And in part by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Liberty stands with you. And Otesla. Learn more at otesla.com. To the top of the 8th here at Wrigley in front of a crowd of almost 41,000. The Mariners lead the Cubs 6-3. Mike Zunino will lead it off. Pedro Strop back on the mound for the Cubs. Zunino tonight 1 for 3, doubled his last time up. And let's not lose track of the fact that Travis Wood is still in left field for the Cubs. How can you take him out after the play he made last time? Strop, who will often vary the timing and his delivery, did it there as he misses down and away.
Strop, a hard thrower, typically 95 with a 4 in the 2-seam fastball, but they throw over 50% sliders. We've seen back-to-back ones to Zunino.
That's a fair ball, skips under the glove of Bryant into foul territory down the left field line, where Wood will pick it up in the bullpen where he's used to hanging out. This time gets it back into the infield, but it's a leadoff double for Zunino.
Well, Bryant just short-armed it a little bit. He knew because the ball was not hit hard that he was going to have to get rid of it in a hurry, even though Zunino doesn't run that great. So in his haste to kind of get the ball to his hand, he pulls up a little bit short, and it turns into another double for Zunino.
And now here's Edwin Diaz, the pitcher. This is his first career professional at bat, and he gets the bunt down, throw to third, and out at third is Zunino. Got it down, but Cubs knew it was coming, and Rizzo was right there to make a great throw.
I love this play so much. Look, Rizzo understands that this guy probably hasn't had an at-bat, certainly not at the big league level. So he's probably not real adept at handling the bat. So I'm just going to force him to either bunt it, or if he wants to get cute and try and slash, I probably realize he has no experience. So even though I don't have a force play at third, I am going to play this super aggressively. Diaz bunts it right to him. He doesn't rush the play and makes an accurate throw.
So let's go back. Obviously, Scott Service wanted Diaz to pitch the bottom of the 8th inning. So that's why he hits for himself. That's why he doesn't bring up a pinch hitter or anything like that. He could have double switched to avoid the situation, but
basically he's telling you he wants Lee defensively in the
right.
game in a 6-3 ball game over
Lynn.
The chance for Adam Lynn to swing the bat.
How often do you see a game where both teams have relievers get at bats? That doesn't happen very often.
No.
Sean O'Malley 1 for 4. They play him in the outfield to hit the ball to the opposite field. And so Hamill has hit, Wood has hit, Diaz has hit. Wood has made a great catch up against the ivy in left field. All very predictable stuff.
You can hear Dallas Braden somewhere yelling athlete from his couch.
There's one, and that's all they'll get, but a nice play by Zobrist to force the lead runner. Two down in the inning now. If you missed it an inning ago when Travis Wood was in his first inning out in left field.
Look at him look where the ivy is. I mean, that is not easy. You're running full speed. You take your eyes off the ball to see where you're at. You slam against the brick, and you make the catch.
I think Dougie Glanville, that play would have made him proud. A little ball wall ball there, finding where he is.
And now he's coming back in to pitch.
And a Little League game has broken out at Wrigley Field.
This is great. Caesar's going to left. Strope's out of the game. And Woods coming back into pitch to face Cano. Or to face Martin, excuse me, to face Martin.
Tell you what, Travis Wood is earning himself a Slurpee at the Snack Shack after this game. He's going to ride his bike home.
I mean, I'd already written in Wood's line when he came out of the game the first time, but it's not final yet.
Yep. Pretzels and Slurpees for Travis Wood tonight.
Because when he was pitching, he walked Seth Smith to load the bases in the 6th. The bases were loaded, nobody out. Strikeout, strikeout, pop up to get out of that jam. Had a pretty good swing when he came up as a hitter, hit a fly ball to left field, made a great catch out in left, and now in the 8th inning he's back into pitch.
All in day's work for a relief pitcher.
Here he is doing what he's generally paid to do. Pitch. Strikeout, strikeout, got Cano to pop up to get out of that. In the 7th inning, here's the catch again. Had to alter the route after he found the ball. Doesn't even blink when he crashes into the brick wall behind the ivy. High fives all around. A little scolding from David Ross for not hitting the cutoff man. And now, well, Aaron, you broke him down as a pitcher in the 6th inning. You want to break him down again?
Fastball, cutter, slider. We saw the curveball mixed in a little more than usual tonight.
And little known fact, pretty good range in the outfield too.
And a little bit of pop in the bat. He almost hit it out. Just missed it.
This is great stuff.
Yeah.
This is fun.
He's looked hitterish, he's looked pitcherish, and he's looked outfielderish.
Nice.
Can't give him professional hitter quite yet, though.
You know what he is? He's a ball player.
Yeah, he is.
He's a ball player. That'll end the cliche portion of the evening. Swing and a miss by Martin, who had the big 2-run double off Aroldis Chapman last night. It turned a 1-0 deficit into a 2-1 lead for the Mariners in the 8th inning. They went on to win 4-1. After every batter now, probably Wood's looking around like he's got to look at Joe Madden and say, where do you want me to go now? What do you want me to do now? Am I in? Am I out? Am I here? Am I there? How much time, you think of a rain delay, you don't want your guy to sit down for too long before you bring him back into the game, but Wood hasn't thrown a pitch in like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Since he was in the first time.
He stayed warm though.
He did. Ripped foul. If he gets Martin, he'll stay in the game to face Cano in the top of the 9th. He'll come out for the top of the 9th. Then again, he's due up 4th in the bottom of the 8th, and who knows what might happen then. Picks him off. Inning over. It's your night, Travis Wood. Going bottom 8. Wood due up 4th. Don't go anywhere. Week here on ESPN, a pair of games from New York. The Yankees at Citi Field Monday night. The Mets return the favor by heading to the Bronx for a couple of games beginning Wednesday night. Monday, Tuesday at Citi, Wednesday, Thursday at Yankee Stadium, and you can see the Monday and Wednesday games right here on ESPN. Aaron, in your years as a player and broadcaster, as Jason Hayward grounds one out to short, how many times have you seen a pitcher pitch, go to another position, and then come back in to pitch again? it's you're counting them on one hand at best, right? I mean,
I think games that I've been a part of, I think 0.
Wow.
Unusual, interesting stuff. Mike Montgomery, a left-hander, is up in the pen for the Cubs. Wilson Contreras is the batter. Wood's spot is 2 spots away. You got to believe if the inning is going. So if one of the next 2 guys gets on, you would assume that Baez is going to come up to hit. Ooh, that got a piece of Diaz and ricochets into center field. A bullet off the bat of Contreras for a base hit.
Well, glad to see him smiling because this ball was coming in hot. Like a fastball out over the plate. And Contreras, we've seen a guy with very strong back to the middle of the field. Looks like it just kind of catches him off the thigh. I'm gonna come take a look at him, but he's smiling. It looks like he's going to be all right.
Matt Caesar's getting ready for his first at bat. Diaz is okay. Cubs with a man on and 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th. Check swing foul off by Caesar, who went into left field when Wood came back into pitch and Strop came out of the game. And there's Javier Baez in the on deck circle. So if the inning continues, presumably he will bat, and that'll be the end of the night for Wood. If Caesar hits into a double play, Wood could come back out and pitch to start the 9th inning. But Joe Maddon's been trying to do a couple of things, trying to conserve the limited bench that he has, and use them at the most opportune time. And so it looks like he might get that opportunity with Baez here this inning. .101 miles per hour on that last pitch from Diaz.
Well, and he's all fastball. The first pitch, you could tell Caesar wasn't comfortable. Probably set up now for that slider. Back to the heater.
Not a big guy, but man, he's got some velocity. He hung a slider, though, over the middle of the plate, and he pays for it. A base hit for Caesar, and Baez is going to come up representing the tying run.
And I think if you're Joe Maddon, the way this game started out, with Mattis really struggling, the long ball kind of sending the Mariners off to a big lead with King Felix on the hill, they were able to at least make King Felix really work, get him out of the game early. And now here in the home half of the 8th, you've got one of your guys with power representing the tying run in a game that looked like it would have never gotten to this.
Baez is having a terrific year. He has come so far in the last couple of years. Average way up, strikeouts way down. Terrific defensive player, and some pop in the bat. And as this one gets closer, look who's getting up. Aroldis Chapman, who was charged with a blown save yesterday. The big acquisition by the Cubs in the last week or so. Baez 2 years ago as a rookie struck out 44% of the time. This year striking out 24% of the time. Nasty slider there for out number 2.
Well, the high velocity fastball, he runs the fastball in on the hands of Baez to start him out. Just a little bit tardy coming off the bench. Then a perfectly located fastball at 99 on the corner. And then that tight slider at 88 in the same window that 99-mile-an-hour fastball on the corner was the previous pitch. Good downward tight action on that pitch. Baez out in front, could do nothing with it.
Now Dexter Fowler. Fowler 1 for 2 and a couple of walks tonight. Cubs just 1 for 10 with the runners in scoring position in the game. Diaz, again a rookie, less than 2 months in the big leagues. Moved from the rotation down to the minors to the bullpen and pitching as a reliever up here in the majors, and who knows what the future holds. But man, is his stuff electric out of the bullpen. This guy's may have, who knows, future closer written all over him. There's a phrase, max effort, for guys who look like their hat's going to fall off on every pitch and they're going to come out of their shoes. He's not max. He doesn't look max effort, and it's coming out at 100.
No, but at the same time, it looks like, especially for the righties, there's a little bit of an uncomfortable feeling because it is a lot of arms and legs and kind of slings it at you.
And it's got that late life too.
Yep.
The last one, and we've seen a couple of the ones up in the zone, almost look like they have a rise action, which it doesn't, but it has that kind of late action on top of 99-100.
Tried to backdoor him with a slider, but missed. Two on, two out, tying run at the plate. And Diaz gets a call off the outside corner to end the inning. Went back to that slider. Fowler thought it was outside, but he's called out on strikes to end the inning. Through 8, it remains the Mariners 6 and the Cubs 3. Now to take a look at our T-Mobile plays of the game. The Seattle Mariners hitting 3 two-run homers off Brian Mattis. First inning, Nelson Cruz. Second inning, Robinson Cano. Third inning, Dae-Ho Lee. To bolt out to an early 6-0 lead. The Cubs have made it interesting. It's 6-3 as we go to the top of the ninth, and the new pitcher is former Mariner Mike Montgomery. Was acquired by the Cubs 11 days ago.
Has done a really nice job this year. Nice earned run average, has logged a lot of innings, 64 1/3. Good strikeout to walk ratio, and it's really controlled lefties. 203 against them, and a big reason why. That curveball right there to get the first out of the ninth inning.
Changes for the Cubs in addition to Montgomery. Matt Caesar has moved from left field to center field. Ben Zobrist becomes the 4th different player to play left field for the Cubs in this game, and Javier Baez stays in the game at second base. Montgomery will make the play himself.
It's a 1U if you're scoring at home.
2 down in the inning.
How do you guys record that on your fancy score cards? Yeah, 1U.
1U.
Jess, 1U.
1U.
Steve Cishek, the Seattle closer, is up in the pen in anticipation of a save opportunity in the bottom of the ninth.
Under the watchful eye of Mike Hampton, outstanding big leaguer. Bullpen coach for the Mariners.
Got some interesting coaches. They got Edgar Martinez as their hitting coach. Manny Acta.
Casey Candel.
Yep.
There is Mike Hampton.
Speaking of pitchers who could hit.
He could hit, he could run, and he had a sinker.
Cruz's home run, he is 26th on the season. RBIs number 67 and 68. Chopper past the mound, tricky play. Safe at first, Cruz. And it's a base hit. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you have come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. Includes a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Pinch runner has come on for Cruz. Guillermo Heredia, a young outfielder spending his first weekend in the big leagues, just called up on Friday. And here's Kyle Seager, 1 for 3, also hit by a pitch.
It was fun talking to his brother Corey last week when we had the Dodgers in St. Louis. A little battle going on between Corey and Kelly, and you mentioned Corey and Kyle, excuse me. Corey hitting his 18th. Kyle's got 20. A little bit of back and forth, and he was talking about it.
Lined into left center, a base hit. Heredia will stop at second. Well, Seager, 20 home runs, career high is 26, 67 RBIs. His career high is 96. So he's got a chance potentially to have a couple of career highs this year.
Did you and Brett ever talk back and forth in those couple years where you're both battling home runs, 20 plus? Talk smack at all? Is there any of the?
I don't, not so much smack. He was tending to run away from me.
Batter Franklin Gutierrez.
But I'll tell you what, and I know the Seager brothers have this. You know, you can't put a price tag on having family members in the game that are going through some of the exact same things that you are. To be able to have a sounding board, a friend, someone that shares your blood. It's something that was, I think, beneficial to me in my career, and something that I cherished.
Well, in that vein, now Corey and Kyle can lean on Buster.
I fully expect they'll be reaching out to me often. I know I've already reached out to them a lot.
This might be my favorite story of the whole year.
I know. I think Corey has a book report due in a couple months, so you know he'll be reaching out to Buster.
He knows where to go. You know, he's got my number.
Does the comma go here, Buster?
Two balls, two strikes on Gutierrez. Swing and a miss, and the inning is over. We're going to the bottom of the ninth. Cishek will come on. Cubs down 3. Heart of the order is coming up. Weekend with Sports Center at night. Kevin Connors and Ibuchi will have highlights from the final round of the PGA Championship, all the action from around the majors, the trades, NFL training camp updates, and the rest of the day in sports. Sports Center at night up next on ESPN. Changes for the Mariners. Heredia stays in the game in left field. Gutierrez moves from left to right, and in to pitch for Seattle is their closer, Steve Cishek. Former Marlin and Cardinal. As you can see, he's a side armor.
And it's been a very strong season for Cishek. That good earned run average, whip down, nice strikeout to walk ratio. Fastball, sinking fastball that'll run in on the hands of these right-handed hitters. Right-handers have hit just 143 against him. You saw Cishek after that first pitch slider that looked like it caught the outside corner, not get the call, kind of stare in at Dan Iasonia.
2-1 the count on Bryant. He'll be followed by Rizzo and then Zobrist. The Mariners 3 outs away from a win and a 5-3 road trip through Toronto, Pittsburgh, and Wrigley. And every game's so important for them, of course, as they try to stay relevant in the wild card race. If they win tonight, they will be 4 back of the Red Sox for the second wild card spot. The Red Sox were victorious today, got 5 in the 9th to beat the Angels. Detroit and Houston between Seattle and Boston, and there's a swing and a miss to get Bryant 1 down. Some funky swings against this guy sometimes.
Well, it went right back to the slider, and it really stays in the heart of the plate, and it actually looks like Bryant somewhat has a beat on it, but he just kind of shaking his head a little bit like, how did I miss that pitch? But just a little bit underneath it, as Cishek continues to dominate right-handed hitters.
Oof.
Now Rizzo.
Late break. Sat on the strikeout, and then that last pitch, good 3 to 4 inches late. I think that's what got Bryant. By the time you make the decision to swing, Cishek's ball is still moving.
If it holds up, Felix Hernandez would get the win, his 6th on the season. Brian Mattis would take the loss, give up all 6 runs in the first 3 innings tonight. Even with a loss today, the Cubs would still have the best record in baseball at 62-42. The next best record, the second best record in baseball, the Cleveland Indians, who won again today. They're 60-42, and they picked up Andrew Miller today. Now to play, full count.
And right now they have all the right pieces when you think about October. The pitching, now the bullpen, and they can hit, and that's not been the case the last few years for the Indians.
Ripped into right center, a base hit, and more. Rizzo on his way to second base, thought about it, but wisely put the brakes on, down 3 in the bottom of the 9th.
We've talked about it, but Rizzo's just so good with anything middle away, because where he's sitting, where he's looking. And this is a slider, and still has some break. Watch this pitch still move down, but it moves down in the middle of the zone. That's exactly where Rizzo, his cookie zone, is. Pitch ends up being more inside where he wants it, and that's why he drives it.
Now Zobrist. Good night for Zobrist. 2 for 3s, also walked. One of the hits was a triple. He's driven in a couple of runs. Outside, 2-0. Cubs were down 6-0 in the 3rd. Got 2 in the 5th. Got 1 in the 7th. And have a base runner in the 9th. Need 1 more to get the tying run to the plate. There's a strike, 2-1.
With that pitch running away, and the way Seattle has Zobrist played around a pull, not only in the infield but in the outfield, it's that time, especially you're not the tying run yet. It's the time, just set your sights away and just look for something you can shoot the other way.
On the appeal, no swing. 3-1.
Especially now that you're in that real good hitters count, you know you're getting a fastball, you know it's going to be running away, and the way Seattle's played as a hitter, you can just really think, other way with this ball.
3-1. Strike taken, a full count. Addison Russell waiting for his opportunity. Cishek working quickly. 3-2 on the way, and there's a base hit into left field. Did exactly as you said, takes it the other way, and now Russell's going to come up as the tying run.
Just know the way the ball's moving away from you as a left-handed hitter there, and you know he doesn't want to issue a free pass. The way that defense was positioned, I think it just set up to punch it the other way. He got a pitch he could handle on the outer half and drove it through that left side.
Russell representing the tying run. And a slider for a strike. Into left center, it is down for a base hit. One run in to score, and both runners take an extra base. Zobrist to third, and Russell takes second.
Oh, what a mistake right there. Addison Russell is the only runner you're concerned about, and Scott Servais can't even hide his displeasure. You don't concern yourself with Ben Zobrist running to third base. One, you're not going to have a play, but his run does not matter. You've just got to keep that tying run from getting into scoring position. It's a good job by Addison Russell of seeing that ball go to third base. He doesn't break stride, easily gets into second base, not only taking away a force play and a possible double play, but now the tying run out there at second base.
And that's Heredia, who has only been in the majors for a few days, making a young player's mistake. The tying run is now at second. The winning run is at the plate. The batter is Jason Hayward. Hayward 0 for 4 tonight. Has seen a fair bit of Cishek. He's 3 for 9, including a double. Wow, what a stop. Oh, did it hit him? It hit him, and the bases are loaded.
Well, this is a good job by Seager of going out to the mound and saying something to Cishek here. Slow it down a little bit and understand that, look, you've been one of the outstanding closers in the league as we get a look at this slider that just keeps boring in and looks like catches the back foot. But you've got righties now to face. You've dominated them on the season. Execute your pitches.
Strike one to Wilson Contreras. A run in, bases loaded, 1 out. Everybody standing here but Wrigley as the Cubs try to finish off an improbable comeback. Down 6-0 early. Outside, a ball and a strike.
And it feels like it's going a little bit fast even right now for Cishek. And when it starts going fast, you don't lose stuff or velocity, but you lose command. And that's when you can make a mistake. Something you don't want right now. You want to locate.
Inside corner for a strike. Contreras didn't like it one bit.
Seems like all night long Dan Iassogna has been lenient on that side of the plate, into righties, away to left-handers. And there the Mariners get a break on that call.
Ground ball to third, to second, one to first, not in time. A run scores to make it 6-5.
And there's another example of the athleticism of the Cubs. If he did indeed beat this is a tailor-made double play that the Seattle Mariners do not mess up. They execute and turn it well. Contreras absolutely beats that throw to first base, gets out of the box extremely well.
The Mariners do want to have a look at it, but this one shouldn't take that long. You can hear the crowd reacting. They're watching it on the video board here. Contreras gets down the line pretty well.
Real well. And he had the luxury. It was a slider. So as a right-handed hitter, when you're a little bit out in front of that, you usually get a good running start out of the box. Clearly safe. And that now Matt Caesar a chance to tie or give the Cubs the lead because of the athleticism and speed of Wilson Contreras extending this game.
So fielder's choice, RBI, 6-5, tying run at third, winning run at first, 2 down in the bottom of the 9th, and here's Caesar. Popped up right side, near the seats and back in the seats, out of play. Well, I think everybody's gotten their money's worth out of this one tonight with all the crazy stuff that's happened. Home runs early. Travis Wood doing about everything that a player can do in a baseball game, and now it comes down to this in the bottom of the 9th. 0-2.
Don't rule out Contreras possibly running from first base. Cishek, all his concentration on that hitter right now, rightfully so. Maybe you get him off and running, create a mistake, or at least get the go-ahead.
To the backstop, and the game is tied. Do you believe it? Winning run at second. Popped out of play. The Cubs have scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th to tie it. Contreras, the winning run out at second. And if it goes to the 10th, Chapman's coming in. Again, the 1-2. Fly ball to right field. Gutierrez is there, and we are going to extra innings in Chicago. Crazy stuff in this one tonight, and it ain't over yet. This wild pitch tying the game. And we are headed to the 10th at Wrigley Field, tied at 6. Mariner fans can't believe it. Now they got to deal with Aroldis Chapman. Wild game tonight. Tied at 6 as the Cubs get 3 in the bottom of the 9th to tie it. The tying run scoring on a wild pitch from Steve Cishek. And Aroldis Chapman, who blew a save yesterday, is back in there again today to work the 10th inning. The hardest thrower in baseball, and it really isn't even close. His average fastball is about 2 miles per hour fastest than the next fastest guy, and he has topped out as high as 105 miles per hour. And 293 pitches at better than 100 miles per hour so far this year. So here is Chapman. Dae-Ho Lee will lead it off for Seattle. Lee has homered in this game, a 2-run shot back in the 3rd. First pitch swinging and a bouncer to short. 1 down. Numerous changes for the Cubs again with all the changes. Wilson Contreras, who was catching, has gone out to left. He's the 5th different Cub to play left field in this game. That has to be a record. Jason Hayward has moved from right to center. So that's got to be Caesar in right. Correct?
Yes.
No?
Zobrist.
Oh,
Zobrist.
I was wondering if you'd make it through.
Zobrist is in right. Remind me after the game to go down to Joe Madden and tell him to lay off the moves a little bit.
Wait till we get to the lineup.
And David Ross now behind the plate is in the 1 position with Chapman, the pitcher, in the 8th hole. Right?
Well, we're going to find out.
Baez is at second. I know this. Zunino's hitting. So Zobrist is back in right. Zobrist has been all over the place tonight.
Started in second. He's been to left.
Yep.
1 of 5, as you mentioned.
And Chapman is in the 8th spot in the lineup. Ross is in the leadoff spot in the lineup. Six, 10th inning. And a towering fly ball down the left field line. Contreras over into the corner. It's a foul ball. By my scorecard, which is an utter disaster at this point, I have the Cubs out of position players and having only Rondon left in the bullpen. And I'm pretty sure Travis Wood is not allowed to come back in and do anything else.
You're right. So it's definitely get your spikes on time for the starting rotation.
Well, Hamill's already hit. He's gone.
Right.
Kyle Hendricks, remember, guys.
Yeah. Zunino strikes out.
And remember, Joe Madden was hopeful of staying away from Rondon tonight.
Right.
Now this is Kyle Hendricks' normal.
He was supposed to pitch tonight.
He was supposed to pitch today.
He's the starting pitcher tomorrow.
That extra day's rest for their starting rotation could end up backfiring here if this thing goes deep into the night. Because you would think Hendricks would be the guy if this turned into a long game.
He's also got Lackey, Lester, Arrieta.
Correct.
Rondon, who he doesn't want to use. No more position players. This is Norichika Aoki, who is batting for the pitcher, Cishek. .66 top 10 after the Mariners led 6-0 in the 3rd, and even by Joe Madden standards, he has pulled the strings more than maybe he ever has before with some of the stuff that's happened in this game.
And again, I mean, and kudos to him, but the Cubs for continuing to battle in this. When you fall behind 6-0 with King Felix on the hill, you just continue to scrap and grind. And conversely, if the Mariners are to go on and lose this game, a game I feel like they really needed with their ace on the hill, this would be one that it's a little difficult to turn the page on.
Just want to leave a mark. 1-2 to Aoki. Back to the mound. Inning over. To the bottom of the 10th. Here come the Cubs. Here outside Wrigley. Well, the game isn't over. The Cubs get 3 in the bottom of the 9th to tie it. Aroldis Chapman works a 1-2-3 top of the 10th. We go bottom 10. Cody Martin is on to pitch for Seattle. Was recalled from AAA Tacoma yesterday.
All 4 pitches, fastball, slider, curveball, and change. And obviously on in a high leverage spot here in extra innings against the Cubs. He's going to get all righties here, the first 3 hitters, in Baez, Ross, and Bryant.
Baez in the 9 spot, Ross in the leadoff spot, then Bryant. After all the changes that the Cubs have made on the mound, in the field, at the plate, all their position players have been used. Baez takes a strike over the outside corner. Steve Cishek allows 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th as the Cubs tie it. Bryant, the 3rd hitter. Big rip and a foul off by Baez. Martin was called up when Nate Carnes went on the DL a couple of days ago. Meanwhile, down in the Cubs pen, the last available reliever, the guy that Joe Maddon said in an ideal situation he'd like to stay away from him. Well, tonight has not been a typical or ideal situation in this game, that's for sure. Rondon is up. Swing and a miss at a slow curveball, 1 down. Now David Ross. By the way, if you're wondering why doesn't Maddon send Chapman out there for a 2nd inning, including tonight, he's now pitched 4 the last 5 days. So maybe Maddon's saying 1 inning is enough. And if this game continues on to the 11th, it looks like Rondon would come in. He wouldn't be up, you wouldn't think, unless he's coming in right away. First at bat of the night for Ross. Ross hitting .233. He's had some big hits for the Cubs this year. He's got 7 home runs on the season as a part-time guy. Martin, the 6th pitcher of the night for the Mariners. SportsCenter coming up next, whenever next is, here on ESPN. Pulled foul. If the Mariners lose this game, it's going to be a long, late, quiet flight home back to Seattle for them. After it looked like they had it sewn up. Fouled off again. And Seattle's got the Red Sox coming in tomorrow night. Cubs stay home. They've got the Marlins coming here. Red Sox were down in Anaheim, won this afternoon. They're already in Seattle. On the appeal, no swing. Full count. Swing and a miss, 2 down. So with 2 outs, both strikeouts. Now here's Chris Bryant. 0 for 3 tonight. He has struck out 3 times and walked twice. Shift on 3 on the left side of the infield as he chops one foul.
You can tell Martin definitely leans on and likes his secondary pitch, that slider and the curveball. Imperative that he keep it away and down when he does use it. To Bryant.
Look where Cano's playing. Long throw on a bounce in time. Bryant stumbling across the bag, a little bit slow to get up as he is thrown out on a terrific play by Robinson Cano. And that will end the inning. We're through 10. Here comes Rondon. Cano throwing from shallow left field. Bounces it over just in time, and we're going to the 11th. A 6-3 lead going to the bottom of the 9th inning. Addison Russell driving in a run to make it 6-4. Contreras racing down the line, just beats what could have been a game-ending double play. Instead, fielder's choice RBI 6-5, and then Cishek with an extremely wild pitch. The tying run comes in to score. That sent it to extra innings, and it's now on to the 11th with Hector Rondon coming in to pitch for the Cubs. He has been supplanted as the closer with the acquisition of Aroldis Chapman.
Well, and he's not a guy that lost the closer's role because of performance. He has been dominant in that role and now gives the Cubs one of the premier 1-2 right-left back-end combinations along with Aroldis Chapman. Fastball, slider, outstanding command with both.
He is pitching for the 4th time in 5 days, which is why Joe Maddon told us before the game he's the one guy I'd like to stay away from. But the game did not give him that opportunity. Bouncer to third, 1 down. O'Malley retired.
You know, it really stands out to me with this game and the Cubs is their versatility. When it wasn't going well early, there's still tough outs at the plate, and they really made Felix Hernandez work, ultimately getting him out after 5 innings, and then just continuing to chip away. And with that versatility, you see the athleticism of one of their catchers. Wilson Contreras beat out what looked like a tailor-made double play ball to extend that inning and eventually allow them to tie this ball game. So you think of the Cubs and their outstanding pitching, and now with Chapman and Rondon and their sluggers, but their defense, their versatility, and their athleticism, such a key factor in them being one of the game's elite.
And not giving in. I mean, those 6 runs came up quick. I mean, the first 3 innings and fast, the home runs, bop, bop, bop. You know, next thing you know, you're down. And credit to the bullpen, too, quickly. And a lot of guys credit, too.
Leonis Martin with a bouncer to first. Close at first. Rizzo wins the race. Two down.
This is starting to look like it could have been a collision. Not sure why Rizzo didn't go with the flip. Maybe just thought he was going to have this easy. Kind of starts in nonchalantly going to the bag. Martin running hard all the way makes this a close play and almost a dangerous play for both guys as they narrowly avoid colliding with one another.
Now Robinson Cano, homer to back in the 2nd. His 23rd on the season. Fly ball twisting down the left field line, back out of play. You know, a lot of credit should be given to the Cubs bullpen as well. At the time, it didn't seem like much what Carl Edwards Jr. did, but absolutely shut down the Mariners for 2 innings. Joe Nathan with a hit and a walk, as John Lackey has made his way down to the bullpen for the Cubs if they need somebody else. Travis Wood did a great job on the mound and in left field. Strop, Montgomery, Chapman. Now Rondon. John Lackey would be next if it goes another inning.
Well, obviously probably John Lackey's side day. Kyle Hendricks, who again was originally scheduled to pitch today but pushed back a day, threw his bullpen yesterday and obviously scheduled to go tomorrow. So
Lackey scheduled to pitch on Wednesday. Two and two.
John Lackey with 1 career relief appearance.
Maybe a second coming tonight. A lot of folks have stayed deep into the night as Cano fights off another one. That 1 relief appearance, of which Buster was speaking for Lackey, came in 2004. Has made 3 relief appearances in the postseason as well in his career. His services might be needed tonight. In the air to left. Contreras makes a sliding catch.
Contreras doing it all tonight. We've seen the speed. We've seen him make some plays behind the plate. And here, knowing he's coming close to the wall, a little slide. Rondon loves it. Cubs hanging in there.
Here we go. Bottom 11, Anthony Rizzo leading it off against Cody Martin. And a strike. One for 5, doubled and scored. One of the 3 runs the Cubs got in the 9th to tie it. Rizzo thought it was low, but it's 0-2. Meanwhile, John Lackey's now up. If it goes to the 12th, he's coming in. Fly ball to left. Pretty well struck. Not quite well enough.
Rizzo saw that big too. Until he sat, it wasn't fooled. Look at the swing on this. Breaking ball. Pretty good depth on it too, but.
And he knows a little bit of slice on that ball takes it from the short part out there to where it gets a little bit deeper, turned into an easy play for Heredia.
That's been 2 for Rizzo tonight. Looked like he got an all of it off the bat.
Now Zobrist, he's had a big night. 3 for 4, including a key base hit in the 9th inning. The Mariners led 6-0 after 3. They had hit a 2-run homer in each of the first 3 innings. But the Cubs came all the way back as they bat now here in the bottom of the 11th. Liner to left. Caught by Heredia for out number 2.
Well, Heredia, who can play all 3 outfield positions, showing his center field skills there after making a mental error a couple innings ago and not throwing to the right base. He gets a nice break on this ball that's hit pretty sharply off the bat of Zobrist to run it down for the second out. It's a nice break, nice route. Turns into a pretty easy play for him.
Now Addison Russell. Russell also had a key base hit in the 9th inning. Cody Martin, the 6th pitcher of the night for Seattle. The Cubs have used 8 pitchers. 0-2. Lackey now just crouched down in a catcher's squat, in a sense, on the bullpen mound down the left field line. Not used to maybe serving in this kind of a role.
Well, and they're getting a crash course on the scouting report. You know, obviously not expected to pitch now until the Marlins series, so they're just going through the lineup, where they are in that lineup.
Inning over. We go to the 12th. Tied at 6. Jessica Mendoza, Buster Olney, tied at 6. Hector Rondon is back on the mound for his second inning work. Lackey was up and was throwing briefly, but he does not come in. Goes much further, he's coming in.
You would think this would be all for Rondon. And Lackey, obviously being a starting pitcher, probably needs a little more time to get loose, so kind of started to throw that inning. With the pitcher spot due up 3rd for the Cubs next inning, you would think maybe Arrieta might get an at-bat pinch hitting in Rondon's spot, and at that point you may see Lackey if it goes another inning.
Guillermo Heredia leads it off. Heredia's second Major League at bat, struck out in his first one on Friday night. Arrieta's ready. Heredia, Seager, and Gutierrez. Remember, Nelson Cruz is out of the game. Heredia ran for him back in the 9th inning. And at the time made sense. They're up 6-3, 9th inning. Heredia's got better speed, better outfielder than Cruz. But then it all fell apart for the Mariners in the bottom of the 9th. 1-2. Well outside. So no more Cruz. Cano's still in the game, but he was the last out last inning. What a play by Russell. Can he throw him out? He does on a scoop by Rizzo.
Wow. What a play from an outstanding shortstop. Made an error in yesterday's game, his first in 29 games. This is a rocket off the bat of Heredia. A great job of handling that in-between hop, knowing that Heredia is going to get down the line well. He knows he's got to get to his feet and get something on this throw. Probably doesn't have a great grip on it. Gives Rizzo a long hop, one that he can handle. Rizzo does a good job of getting low and clearly beats Heredia for the first out of this inning.
Yeah, take that, Travis Wood.
Now Kyle Seager, always a threat. 2 for 4 tonight. Also has been hit by a pitch. Takes outside, 1-1. By the way, Jake Arrieta this year is hitting .279, 12 for 43, 2 doubles and 2 homers. And he's going to get a chance to hit in the bottom half of the inning.
It'd almost be perfect for the Cubs to have a pitcher close out the game offensively.
Yeah. Called strike 2.
And not from the mound.
Rondon's got it. 2 down. If you weren't with us earlier, some of the crazy stuff. Travis Wood came on in relief, hit for himself, went to left field, made a great catch, and 2 innings later came back into pitch again. The Cubs have used 5 different left fielders tonight. Coughlin, Wood, Caesar, Contreras, and Zobrist. Contreras there now. Zobrist has played second, left, and right.
They've utilized their entire bench and only pitchers left to hit.
Contreras started at catcher. He's in left field. One and one the count on Franklin Gutierrez. 1 for 4 and a walk. 3 early homers for the Mariners, an early 6-0 lead in the 3rd. We're now in the 12th. One and 2. We've run out of room on the ancient scoreboard here at Wrigley. And we're having the same kind of issues with our scorecards up here. It's been a long one. Inning over. What a job by Rondon. 6 up and 6 down. For a guy that Joe Madden said, I'd like to stay away from him if I can. He's pitched a lot lately. He's needed him for 2, and he's been great. for the Mariners tonight. 2-run homer for Nelson Cruz in the first, for Robinson Cano in the second, for Dae-Ho Lee in the third. 6-0 Seattle early. Cubs got 2 in the 5th, 1 in the 7th. Let's go to the 9th. Addison Russell drives in a run with a base hit to make it 6-4. Wilson Contreras barely beats one out, avoiding what would have been a game-ending double play. Fielder's choice RBI, 6-5. Wild pitch by Steve Cishek ties it at 6. Extra baseball tonight in Chicago, and a lot of it. Bottom 12 tied at 6. Jason Hayward facing Cody Martin, who's in his 3rd inning of relief. Crazy night. Oh, 2. Hayward, Contreras, and then Rondon scheduled, but you got to believe it's going to be Arrieta. Hayward rips one. Deep right center. Off the wall. And into second base with a leadoff double. Just a couple of feet away from ending it.
How good does this feel for Jason Hayward, who's shown his frustration tonight? He gets a fastball up in the zone, just meets it with his barrel. We're talking 3-4 feet from ending this game with a home run, but look at the swing. It's a ball, it's up at his chest. Look how close this is.
Well, we talked about how much trouble he's had getting on time with the fastball, and after a couple of pitches that looked like maybe they were down and out of the zone, he's on time for that fastball. A huge leadoff double.
All right, guys, so Wilson Contreras is coming up. John Lester is in the on-deck circle, not Jake Arrieta. What's going on?
Well, if I'm Seattle here, I'm walking Contreras.
Yes.
Because you know you got a bunt situation next, and you're setting up a force situation if you walk Contreras, whose run obviously means nothing.
Fly ball, right center, pretty deep. Hayward getting ready to tag. Catch made by Martin. Hayward on his way to third and in there despite a very strong throw. And the winning run is at third with 1 out. And it's going to be Lester. Arrieta's a better hitter. Lester's got 6 sacrifices. Arrieta 1. Is this all about the bunt?
Well, it's certainly the option of the bunt, but you know that Scott Service, who's going out to the mound now to discuss things, and Seattle's certainly aware that, certainly from a number standpoint, Lester not the best option they have as a hitter right now.
I think John Lester came to the ballpark today saying, I wonder if I'll be called upon as a pinch hitter tonight. So Lackey's down there getting ready to pitch, which leaves Hendricks, Lester, and Arrieta. Arrieta's a great hitter for a pitcher. He's a great hitter.
And even just enough to get it to the outfield. I mean, you think about it, it's less than 2 outs, so you're not looking for the home run. You're not even looking for the base hit. You're just looking for something to get that run 90 feet.
Lester's 3 for 40 this year. His career batting average, as you can see, .051. He does have 6 sacrifices. Will they be thinking squeeze? Didn't show as he takes down and in. You wonder if something is preventing Jake Arrieta from swinging it back.
I'm going to throw this in there too, guys. Looking at the numbers, Arrieta strikes out a whole lot more than John Lester. Has 14 strikeouts and 50 plate appearances this year. So maybe it's just a question. He wants the ball put in play.
Shows bunt and he takes a strike.
Now it's hard. You'd be hard pressed to go straight suicide squeeze because you don't want to give up your runner in scoring position, and you know Seattle is playing against that. You've got Seager holding Hayward on close at third base, Lee creeping in hard at first.
Pitch out.
I mean, the squeeze in this situation is not going to catch anyone by surprise. That's why you've got Lee way in at first base and Seager holding Hayward on so he can't get a big lead.
Winning run 90 feet away. Foul to back, 2-2.
And I don't think it's a situation where you'd have the contact play on, because if he hits a ground ball to right to one of the infielders, you have an out at the plate, and Lester's unlikely to be able to get into scoring position. So worst case, you want that runner still in scoring position, albeit with 2 outs, and Baez still at the plate, or Baez with an opportunity at the plate.
2-2. He gets the bunt down. Runner coming home. Cubs win! With 2 strikes on him, Lester gets a bunt down to score the winning run here in the 12th. Well, a game like this deserved a crazy ending.
Well, and it ended with a pitcher for the Cubs at the plate. And Joe Madden, he needs a different hat, like a wizard hat.
A sorcerer's hat,
yeah. Going all the way. I mean, that's...
Of course you'd pinch hit John Lester in that spot.
And he dragged, but I mean, he wasn't even, I mean, he's late show, brings it with him like he does it every day. And watch the jump that Hayward gets off at third, but the bunt that Lester gets down, perfect location, and Hayward.
Watch the base running by Hayward. He's not completely selling out. He reads this perfectly, gets a great secondary lead. And I know it's been a tough year for Jason Hayward at the plate, but there's so many things he does well, obviously defensively, and you cannot execute any better than Jason Hayward did there as a base runner, because if that doesn't get down, he's in a position to remain at third base with a hitter coming to the plate still. Perfect execution by Lester, and Hayward down at third.
And somehow the Cubs come back from an early 6-0 deficit and win what undoubtedly is one of the craziest games that's been played in the majors this year. Cubs win 7-6 in 12 innings over the Mariners. For Aaron, Jess, and Buster, I'm Dan Shulman. Thanks for watching. SportsCenter coming up now.